Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Happy Memorial Day. At this time, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. And there they go. Funny Pursuit is showing good pace, along with Call Me Carmelita. Here's Trip Road from the inside. Coffee Futures up close to the action from the top shelf. In the fifth position, Do What It Takes. Red Pepper Grill is the last of all, and Funny Pursuit has the lead. Trip Road punching on through along the inside. Call Me Carmelita's pressing 3 deep. Coffee Futures on top of the action in the clear, heading into the turn 4 deep. And then we go to Red Pepper Grill and Do What It Takes. Pretty compact group, 23-3. Funny Pursuit, along with Trip Road, Call Me Carmelita. Coffee Futures in the clear from the outside. Red Pepper Grill, 3 to find. Do What It Takes, 3.5 from the front. Here comes Coffee Futures from the extreme outside, joining Call Me Carmelita. And Funny Pursuit still there from the inside. And Trip Road continues to fight on. Then Red Pepper Grill, Do What It Takes. They turn into the lane, and here's Funny Pursuit with the top spot. Funny Pursuit at 5-1, getting near the 8th pole with the lead. Call Me Carmelita still fighting on. And Red Pepper Grill's taking off in the center of the racetrack. And here comes Red Pepper Grill with a lot of momentum. Red Pepper Grill to the outside. Red Pepper Grill from Funny Pursuit, then Call Me Carmelita and Trip Road. James Corrario. A Virginia bred by Chance Farm. And the openers in the books officially 5-3 and mares, early pick 3 time. And there they go. Swift start, Dosage and Mimosa. Slow start, Daredevil Bull. Dosage and Mimosa's on the comeback, pops the starting gate. Here's Bayou Melody, joining her from the inside, picking it up. Into third, Daredevil Bull joining Christmas Dinner. Winter Sirens in the 5th spot. Miss Pab is the last of all. On the front end, Bayou Melody. Here comes the big filly, Daredevil Bull, muscling her way on through into contention. Dosage and Mimosa's on top of the heat, 3 deep. Right behind them is Christmas Dinner. Winter Siren has 6 to find heading into the turn. Miss Pab is 8 lengths from the front. 23-1 for Bayou Melody. Daredevil Bull right alongside. Dosage and Mimosa's 3 deep. Christmas Dinner launching her charge 4 wide. And here come the salty veterans to the outside. Christmas Dinner 4 deep. Dosage and Mimosa's 3 wide. Daredevil Bull's in the 2 path. Bayou Melody trying to stay on in a tight spot from the rail. Bayou Melody from the rail. Daredevil Bull, the big filly. Dosage and Mimosa's Christmas Dinner, a good race at the 8th pole. Christmas Dinner to the outside. Dosage and Mimosa's. Daredevil Bull keeps fighting. Bayou Melody's back to 4th. Christmas Dinner front and center. 13-1. Daredevil Bull was second, then Dosage and Mimosa's and Bayou Melody. Cents, 10 cents, Super 4163, $13.42. The Wednesday pick 6. And there they go. MCRR is out for the lead, joined by Bonco Medici, who picks up the running from the inside. Here's Foot Traffic making a blitz into second. In the 4th position, March Madness Party, and at the back there is Blue Cosmo. Bonco Medici and Foot Traffic, they hook up. MCRR broke very alertly, content to sit a trip from 3rd, covering March Madness Party. They're about 3.5 off the 2 leaders. 6 lengths to Blue Cosmo. 23 3/5, Bonko Medici and Foot Traffic battling with one another. March Madness Party beginning his move along with MCRR. MCRR seems to have a better path towards the leader line as March Madness Party has to bide his time with that inside trip. There's MCRR up to engage Bonko Medici. Foot Traffic back to third. In the fourth spot is March Madness Party, patiently waiting for an opportunity along the inside. Then Blue Cosmo. Bonko Medici, Wayne Sparling yelling for Bonko Medici, and he's clear at the eighth pole. Bonko Medici, MCRR sticking with him. MCRR comes at Bonko Medici. In third is March Madness Party. Bonko Medici responding to the challenge. And it is Bonko Medici. He repelled the bid of MCRR. March Madness Party all hemmed up along the inside through the $12.75. 10 cents Super 13453, $3.72. And there they go. Bustin' Pietra with a very sharp start this afternoon. Richie's BL showing good speed from the inside and Knight of the Crown from the far outside amongst the leaders. Striding into the fourth spot is a Mo Danson flanked by Make It in New York. Couples Therapy is at the back. So it is Richie's BL establishing the lead. Bustin' Pietra broke very aggressively this afternoon and he's in a perfect spot. Knight of the Crown is third, up close to the action in the clear. 3D heading into the turn. Break of nearly 6 lengths or so to Mo Danson, a length and a half to Make It in New York and Couples Therapy. And here comes Bustin' Pietra to engage Richie's BL for the top spot, and Knight of the Crown's outrunning his odds from the outside. Bustin' Pietra gets to the lead. Knight of the Crown tries to quicken. Bustin' Pietra confidently handled. He's the one to beat. Make It in New York's beginning to find his stride with Couples Therapy. Bustin' Pietra has the lead at the eighth pole, and he kicks away from Knight of the Crown. In third is Richie's BL, and to the outside, Make It in New York with Couples Therapy in somewhat of a tight spot. If you want it, you got it. Just bust a move with Bustin' Pietra. Make It in New York's up for second. And third place, Knight of the Crown, then Couples Therapy. 6-1, $3.97. 414 early pick 3. Pretty good, $130.75. Look at the early pick 4 with Bustin' Pietra at 2 to 5 time. And there they go. Investment Grade is gunned from her inside post. Clifton Punch is away in second. Luscious Lola makes a move for that position. Ramon from the far outside covering Homedale Park. Stabilized is 5 lengths from her stablemate, and it's about 7 to La Cafetera. Investment Grade all alone with the lead. 2.5 lengths to Luscious Lola emerging into second. Ramon from the far outside vies for third. Clifton Punch is fourth outside of Stabilized. Tight spot for her along the rail. Homedale Park now gets within 4 lengths heading into the turn. La Cafetera has a lot of work to do. 23 seconds on the front end for Investment Grade. Here's Ramon with a big move to the outside. Luscious Lola third. Up goes Ramon. Ramon looks like she's running today. Moves right on by Investment Grade. And it's Ramon with the lead turning into the stretch. From the far outside is Stabilized just to her inside. Homedale Park trying to pick up her stride. Investment Grade is backpedaling. They're in deep stretch, or at least past the 8th pole, and it's all Ramon. Ramon putting it all together today. Look at Ramon. Good-looking victory. Homedale Park second. Who's going to check in third? Stabilized. Then Clifton Punch. The 10-cent Super, 6512, $6.62. The pick 3, 146, $45.25. Right. And there they go. Silver Token breaks with the leaders. Classy Papa's there. Oliver with a twist. Here's Scorpion Dynasty also showing some pace. Then Take the Edge, Run Casper Run. And Trisatum is the early trailer. Not a lot of pace on, and Scorpion Dynasty is the quickest now. 2.5 lengths. Oliver with a twist, his stablemate second, now giving up that spot to Run Casper Run. Classy Papa and Take the Edge are 7 off the lead. Then Silver Token and Trisatum. 23 seconds for Scorpion Dynasty, the leader at the 3/8, 2.5 lengths. Run Casper Run second. Oliver with a twist up close from third. Break of nearly 7 or 8 to Silver Token. Take the Edge, Trisatum, and Classy Papa. Scorpion Dynasty has the lead at the quarter pole. It's about 1.5 lengths. Run Casper Run inches a little closer. And Oliver with a twist is third. Scorpion Dynasty at the 3/16. It's his race to win or lose. Run Casper runs, making his move, gradually trying to come and get Scorpion Dynasty. And here comes Run Casper Run. Run Casper Run with momentum to the outside. Run Casper Run and Scorpion Dynasty. Run Casper Run. Scorpion Dynasty second. He gets barn bragging rights from stablemate Oliver with a trifecta, $8.25, a 10-cent super, $5.87. Sure. And there they go. New York Riesling is showing good speed with Superb Surprise from the far outside. Schiffauer Strong vying for third with ASAP Restoration. Mo Trump runs with them from the far outside. Then Persistent Danger. Nobody Rides for Free. Lorenzen. And Got the Gold is the last of 9, and New York Riesling's the first of 9. The speed of the speed, better than a length. Superb Surprise is stalking very nicely from the second spot. And Schiffauer Strong's up close to the action, saving ground. Mo Trump has more than 3.5 to find heading into the third. Then ASAP Restoration, Lorenzen, Nobody Rides for Free. Persistent Danger and Got the Gold are at the back. They race past the 5/16. New York Riesling. Superb Surprise. Confidently handled by Andre Worry. Took a look back. Here's Superb Surprise at a good price getting to the front. Superb Surprise comes away with the lead. New York Riesling has a little fight from his inside. Superb Surprise and New York Riesling. After them is Nobody Rides for Free. Far outside, it's Got the Gold coming home nicely. Here comes Nobody Rides for Free and Got the Gold. Nobody Rides for Free up to the front. Got the Gold late on the scene. Nobody Rides for Free. Another one for John Davila Jr. Got the Gold was second. Reds. The lone Kentucky bred. And there they go. Slight stumble from Insufficient Notice. Rattle Me, the Phoenix Flash. Well off the rail, making the pace from Sweet Sugar Baby. Here comes Easy Toll along the rail as Rattle Me relinquished that spot. Becky's Mission is up close. So on the front end, we do have Rattle Me, who has abandoned the rail. She's in the two-path covering Easy Toll. Becky's Mission setting up shop from third. In the fourth spot, Sweet Sugar Baby. Jessica's Race tries to gear up from the outside. Boobala tries to quicken along the rail. In traffic, second last, Insufficient Notice is at the back. Rattle Me popped the starting gate. Rattle Me looking tough near the 5/16. Sweet Sugar Baby, Boobala, Jessica's Race come with their runs. Easy Toll still holding second. In traffic's picking up her stride. Route Foundation in her corner. Can she make an impact in the final quarter of a mile? Boy, they're ganging up on Rattle Me. Rattle Me outnumbered. There's Jessica's Race and Sweet Sugar Baby. In traffic, tips to the stand side. Sweet Sugar Baby at the 8th pole with Jessica's Race far outside in traffic. A good one in the nightcap. Sweet Sugar Baby, Jessica's Race in traffic, coming a calling, trying to pick them both up. Here's In Traffic. In traffic, front and center in the nightcap. Pleasant good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Happy Memorial Day. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Our Memorial Day opener in about 46 minutes at 1:15. 8 races. Beautiful afternoon, a fast racetrack. We have a 2-day pick 6 carryover starting in the third, better than $4,600. Race 7 is our first stakes race of the season, the $50,000 guaranteed George Barker Stakes. A field of 9 with the scratch. Flying Emperor, the defending champion. Senbei, the 2021 New York Breeders' Futurity champion. And Ladies Golden Guy, Disco Dino, Lobster, a bunch of good ones in the George Barker 4:09 approximate post time. I'm your track announcer, Tony Kalo. Let's open up our programs. Here are the changes for the holiday card. Nothing to report in the opener. Race 1 is clear of change. As always, the opener will start the early double and the early pick 4. Our second race, a couple of scratches, 2 and 6, Joey Loose Lips and Courageous Ola. The top 2 favorites are both scratched. 2, Joey Loose Lips and 6, Courageous Ola. No show, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering with the field of 4. Third race starts the 2-day pick 6 carryover, $4,613. Scratch number 3. This cat can fly. 3, this cat can fly. Out of the third, starting the pick 6, approximate post time 2:13. Pick 5 gets underway in the fourth race, no changes. Fifth race starts the late pick 4. Scratch the bottom 2, 6 and 7, Fighter Kite and Legendary Bid. 6, Fighter Kite, 7, Legendary Bid. Both scratched from the 5th. Race 6 starts the late pick 3. It's clear of change. It's named in honor of Western New York legendary harness racing driver Freddie Haslip. Freddie's going to be here in attendance. We will be honoring him after the 6th. Race 7 is the featured event, the George Barker Stakes, $50,000 guaranteed, a 6-furlong affair, New York breds, 3-year-olds and up. Scratch 2, Tommy the Torch. 2, Tommy the Torch out of the Barker. 9, Flying Emperor, the defending champion, will carry 1 pound over. We have a couple of additional workouts. 5, Lobster, 26th of May at Belmont, a fast track, a half mile, 52 seconds breezing. And the defending champion, number 9, Flying Emperor. On the 24th of May, right here at Finger Lakes, a fast track. A snappy half-mile move in 47.10 seconds, breezing. 4:09 is the approximate post time for the George Barker Stakes, our first stakes race of the 2023 season. It will commence the late daily double. Let's go to the nightcap. 3 with lasting speed, an additional workout, 24th of May here at Finger Lakes, fast track, half mile, 48.40 seconds, breezing. Those are the changes for the holiday card. A beautiful afternoon. All sorts of great stuff happening. T-shirt giveaway for the first 500 Lucky North Club members. T-shirt table in the upper grandstand. We have the Finger Lakes Barbecue out near the pavilion. That's going from noon until 5. Lower club near the pavilion, $15 for the chicken dinner. Fairport Hots food truck right here on the apron. You can earn 5 points on any video gaming machine. Print your ticket. Bring it to the Lucky North Club for a $5 racing voucher. That's from noon until 4 p.m. And how to bet seminars. 12:45 and 1:45. Lower club. Chance to win a $20 voucher after each seminar. Sure hope you have a great Memorial Day. First post at 1:15. Up next, our track handicapper, Dave Mattice, with his thoughts on the holiday card.
Welcome and happy Memorial Day to everyone here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Couldn't have asked for a nicer day. Actually, this weekend has been exceptional. Get outside, get some stuff done. You get your barbecues done. We have a barbecue right here at Finger Lakes, so you can watch and wager, enjoy some racing. $15 barbecue, get a drink, get all the fixings there. It's definitely a great deal. A lot going on. I think we have a T-shirt giveaway for the Lucky North members. I think it's up to 500. And, of course, we have our feature race of the day, kind of held together, too. Only 1 scratch out of the George Barker. You got 2 for Deborah Breed, 2 former stakes winners. I think they both won the Leon Reed Stakes. You got Ladies Golden Guy and Winston's Chance. You also got last year's Barker winner, Flying Emperor, and then the Futurity winner, Senbai. So really solid race for this year's edition of the George W. Barker. I believe it's the 38th running of the 6 furlong sprint. We'll get the stake season started with that race. Well, we'll look at today's card. Remember, we got the pick 5 in the 4th, a $1 pick 6 beginning in the 3rd. You got pick 4s here early in the 1st, and then a pick 4, the last 4 races of the card as well, races 5 through 8. Get involved with those races. Those are the best ones to get money, to make money, especially that pick 5. Even the pick 6 seems to be paying much better than the parlay, you would think. But the pick 5, to me, has been one of the best plays at the track. 1:15 will be our first race post time. We'll look at the first race, and this 11-9 claimer that goes 6 furlongs, I thought, looking at it, it's a much more competitive race than the morning line hints at. I mean, you got 8-5 and 9-5. Usually when you see that on 2 horses, especially in a small field, those 2 kind of lay over the field. I don't think that's the case in this race. My big thing with this race was the overall lack of pace in here. Now, you got a couple horses off the layoff. Our man Mike, who doesn't have much for early speed, he's off the layoff. He's probably the best horse in the race, but the problem is, for 6 furlongs, he needs help up front because of his closing style. He comes from way back. Anything passable, didn't really like his last race, but maybe he bounced a little bit, could bounce back. But pace-wise, I thought the 1 South Africa could be the inside speed of the race. He's also off a layoff, but may have a big tactical edge on these horses if he's able to get clear early and keep going. Well, he's off, so I don't know how sharp he's going to be. The works are okay for South Africa, and you don't lose anything going to the barn of Nurka Huertas, who claimed this horse just a few races back at the end of the year and was facing tougher when going to New York, even tried a route race at his last start of the year. So it's a tricky race because you got a couple horses off the layoff and an overall lack of pace. But this is the speed of the race, so I'm going to take a shot here. He's 6-1 morning line. I look up at the board; it's getting bet a little bit. The 4 Easy Shot, another one. I mean, you got 8-5 and 9-5. Our man Mike, anything passable? Yeah, both of them have a shot in here, but Easy Shot's one to keep an eye on too. He's been going primarily routes during his career. So is our man Mike because of his lack of pace. But this one has faced so much tougher. That's the thing with Easy Shot. When we've seen him here before was against allowance-type horses before dropping to 5,000 when tailing off in August. Gets a long, long layoff since August, but the works say that this horse could be sharp enough coming back that he could be competitive in here. They may be giving him a race before they stretch him out again, but if you look at overall, our man Mike could be the same type of thing. He could be trying to get a race under him before stretching him out as well. And our man Mike got to be considered. Anything passable is a little disappointing last time. I know it was a runaway winner. You know, the winner, number 1 Dylan, just absolutely blew away the field. But I don't think this horse fired at all. I mean, he just never was in it, was lagging back there in last and never made a move. Maybe going his best distance today, going 6 furlongs, gives him a better chance. And he's going to be up closer. With the lack of pace in here, this one might find himself second early behind South Africa, put him in contention for the 3/4. Keep in mind, the race that he ran off the layoff was actually a really good one. He ran second behind a loose lead winner. I'll go with him third. And our man Mike, probably the best horse in the race. The problem is the absolute lack of pace in here. He might just win on class, but he's another one to consider. I didn't use him on top because just mainly I don't know if he's going to get the pace he needs to close ground. I don't expect him to be too close early. If he's in contention within a few lengths and he looks like he's got some horse, watch out. He's going to just roll over him. But that's the issue here, is the lack of pace and the true lack of any kind of early speed for our man Mike. But always know him late. 1-4-5-2 for me in race number 1. Looking at the second, we scratched the 6, Courageous Ola, and the 2, Joey Loose Lips. No try, no super, and no show. So we're left down to 4 betting interests. And to me, again, you know, we only got a 4-horse field. There's not much pace in here. The 2 pacer could be the outside too, the 4 and 5, who might actually just go out there in 23 and change. I would not expect these horses to go too quick early for 6 furlongs. You might even see like a 23 and 3 in this race. It's that type of race that because there's only 4 betting interests, hereby going mostly long, interstate, no sprint speed. Lucky Manning technically didn't have a lot of sprint speed in the past either when before stretching out, but he might have more speed than the rest of them. And same thing with Trial Lad. At least Trial Lad has flashed a little bit of pace in the early stage of his career. When he came here, he was with a pace that went relatively quick back in October, but not showing much pace lately. He might just get the lead in here and keep going. But I liked Lucky Manning's last race. I thought, well, that was going to be a cold exacta anyway, but this horse ran good. New York Anthem was just too good for that field. It was another race that didn't have a ton of speed in there. There wasn't much else other than New York Anthem, but New York Anthem would beat this field. And Lucky Manning, in the first start off the layoff, did give good chase to that horse and ran a solid second. So he's going to be in a position where the 5 will probably get the lead, but he's got to stay close with that horse. And stretching out from this horse was going shorter and running a good second last time, and actually not going shorter, same distance, but a different type of scenario. I would think that he could stay close. I mean, he's chasing the pace that's was probably quicker last time than what he'll be close up today, and that can mean all the difference in this 6 furlong sprint. Talking too much about a 4-horse field when it looks like it's just 4 and 5 or 5-4, whichever one you think if 5 could keep going or if the 4 can stay close enough and outdo them. Interstate would be the one to try to close. I think it might be too short and might be not enough pace with a small field for Interstate to win the race, but if they do back up, he's talented enough to be a factor in this race. Again, no try, no super, no show with the scratches. We're down to 4 in that race. Third race, scratch the 3. This cat can fly. Yeah, this entry, I mean, either one of them can win, neither of them have to win. But English Laughter is another one of those horses coming from Tampa for M. Anthony Ferraro that's just going to have a solid fitness edge on a lot of these. He doesn't win an awful lot. He's actually 0 for 10 at this particular distance. But looking at it from the pace standpoint, you got the 2 entry and the 6. Those look like the 2 speeds. Feudal stretching out. I think English Laughter, coming off of a couple routes, will be plenty fit enough. It's just a matter of desire to want to win still at this point in his career. Been a long time since he's visited the winner's circle, but maybe a field he could beat on fitness. The 1A, Thank You, usually comes rolling late, but the problem with Thank You is he's been off since November. But he's classy enough to come closing late, and it does look like there might be enough pace for him to rally into. The speed does come from the outside. Fires Finale for Torelli and the Niz. Last time, when this one went a mile and 16th, I should say, one on the front end pretty easy. If he's able to clear for the lead or at least be with the pace that's reasonable here, he's definitely dangerous. If you look at his last start at Parks, he just went too quick. That pace was crazy fast, going 23 and change for the first quarter in those 4 lifetimes. Keep in mind, this is the split condition. He is still eligible for the straight 4 lifetime, but he's in the split condition that we run, non-winners of race that's a date or the 4 lifetime, so it might be a little bit tougher for him despite dropping from the 75. But it all depends on pace scenario. Again, he went way too quick early last time. Maybe a more reasonable pace could put Fires Finale in the winner's circle. Feudal's another one to consider. This one, now at age 10, has been on all different surfaces, mostly the dirt. Does lose Louis Perez to Thank You, riding for Ferraro Jr. But you got to figure, this horse is a 13-time winner against some 4 lifetimes, 5 lifetimes, and does have some route experience, at least longer experience. And the 7 furlong race that this horse ran just a couple races back isn't bad. Now, he doesn't have much for early speed, so like Thank You, he might be reliant on what kind of early pace is up front to close into, but definitely not out of it. I'm going to go the 2B for 4th, Grit and Glory. Looks like the possible other speed. Actually, both of these Dylan Clark entry could show some speed in here. I would expect one of them to be out there on the lead with Fires Finale early. Probably the 2B. I'm going to go the 165 2B in race number 3. Remember, that race starts the $1 pick 6. We'll go to the 4th and start the pick 5. Tough to go against Queen's Dancer in this spot. And a lot of it could depend on Banker's Daughter. I would expect Banker's Daughter to certainly try to take something out of Queen's Dancer, considering the trainer has 2 horses in this race. Really, there isn't a lot of other speed in here. Now, if Queen's Dancer clears Banker's Daughter easily and early, she is faster than Banker's Daughter. But if that one does be aggressive, she could definitely stay with her, which could really hurt the chances of Queen's Dancer. That was her first start off the layoff last time. It wasn't that she ran that badly. She ran against a good field. I mean, the winner was off a layoff, but that horse could be a real good one. I would expect this horse to run really well. It all depends on if Banker's Daughter takes any of the starch out of Queen's Dancer. If she clears early here, she might be tough to catch going 6 furlongs. Banker's Daughter could be a 1-2 speed number. Again, depending on if Banker's Daughter is aggressive and tries to maybe help out the stablemate, or if she kind of just follows the leader and tries to beat her at the end and turns into a 2-horse race. That could be the big question mark for Banker's Daughter. She does have more seconds than firsts in her career, especially at this distance. She's got an interesting record at the 6 furlong distance. She's only 1 for 17 going 3/4, but 8 seconds. So that's kind of like the glass half full, glass half empty type thing, where more than 50% of the time this horse is in the exacta, but guess what? She's only 1 for 17 as far as winning the race. Well, I got her second, maybe a 2-speed number in race number 4. I'll use the 2 Trivia for third. Might be able to get a trip again, depending on what Banker's Daughter does. Now, Trivia couldn't have got a better trip. Now, I know that's a 5,000 claimer, but this horse was off a layoff and just defeated an easier field. Technically, she was one of the main contenders in there. It was just a question of fitness coming off there, and then how good Ramona Ice Cold Gold was. And you know what? It turns out to be a well-graded field when you see what Ramon did the other day. I mean, we're just talking Wednesday. That horse came back for 5,000 and just destroyed that field. So Trivia might give it an extra positive for her, although she did get a perfect trip. Perfect ideal setup, I should say, to win that race, and this is still a little bit tougher. Let's Baja, I'll use for 4th. Get in the Super. I mean, obviously Memorial Day, this is a good horse as far as a hunch play. But she is off a layoff, although very good trainer, David Iola, who's improving everything. But this one going back up against allowance horses, numbers-wise, if she runs her best number, she could get in the top 3 or 4. I got the 5, 4, 2, and 6. Hope a Queen's Dancer can go all the way. Basically a 2-speed number in the 4th. Okay, 5th race starts the late pick 4. Scratch the 6, Fighter Kite, and also scratch the 7, Legendary Bit. Kind of a difficult race now because, I mean, there is some pace. You do have Vinny 2 Cents and Cody's Express as the 2 speeds, inside and outside. Devil or Angel, best numbers, probably the best horse in the race, but the big question mark is him off a layoff. And when you got a reduced size field, sometimes you always don't get that ideal scenario. And the other thing, like I talked about with the other horse at the distance, this horse overall, a lot of seconds. And that's my concern, taking this horse off a layoff on top. It's only 1 for 13 with the 6 seconds, or 5 seconds. Does return with a good work. He got beat by Cody's Express before, but I think the pace scenario, he should be able to get a nice trip. Again, those 2 are both off the layoff. I thought Hangout might be overlooked a little bit in here. He does get second a lot. Another one that gets second a lot. It's had a lot of chances to get through that maiden condition. Finally did. And then this year ran decently, although dropped in class to this level. And that was the first time second time dropping down for a tag, but first time in a little while since last year. And I would think at this level, this horse should be in the top 3 again. And who knows? I mean, with 2 starts this year, getting to his 3rd start off the layoff, he could be at his sharpest and maybe just forget to lose. I mean, he does finish 2nd and 3rd a lot. He's had chances, but you know what? A lot of those chances were against better horses. Should get a good trip in here. Should be in the top 3. Cody's Express, yeah, if this horse is sharp enough and could clear the 1 Vinny 2 Cents for the lead, you like him a lot better. He's quick enough. I think he's a little quicker than Vinny 2 Cents, but 52 cents is inside of him, so you may end up getting a little bit of a duel. Again, when he got loose on the lead back in August, when he broke his maiden, he defeated Devil or Angel in that race. And that's going back to August, though. A lot can change in August. Lots happened since August. So I'm going to go with this horse for third. And the real tricky read would be the 3, Baron Marcus, who was in the waiver claim for 25 off of a long layoff and won easy. Now, it wasn't a very fast time that this horse won easy. So it's tough to gauge how good this horse is right now. It's a realistic spot going for the claimers to face winners for the first time against the 11 and 9s here at Finger Lakes. Reduces the price. But, I mean, they didn't want to lose him for 25. Now he's in for 11. It's an interesting spot for Baron Marquis, who might be able to get a trip if this pace does back up. But again, that was a good effort considering it was off a layoff, but not a very fast time in that New York race. 4.253 in the 5th. In the 6th race, we got a harness racing driver. Do we call them drivers or are they jockeys too? I'm not real big on the harness. This one's a maiden race going a distance of 6 furlongs. I know that those half-mile tracks, you almost got to eliminate the outside horses, right, unless they have a lot of speed and can clear. That's all I know about harness races. Kind of like the dogs. At least you don't have to worry about the other dogs. Say, hey, we'll let you in so we don't park you out there. The harness racing is just, I don't think, in my opinion, I like the flats, regular thoroughbreds a lot better. But I know there's people that like it and are very successful. I mean, what you like and what you enjoy is what you make money at. So if you're a good handicap in that, you certainly can make it profitable. But we're going to get a legendary harness racing driver, Fred Haslip. So welcome to Finger Lakes, Fred Haslip. 6th race, I had it between the outside horse, Golden Moonlight, and the 2, She's an Arctic Queen. I like Golden Moonlight's last race. I mean, you got to consider the horse that beat him kind of got loose. I mean, War Tapped was good looking. I mean, the horse looked great in the paddock. She ran into a really tough field first time against winners, and I thought War Tapped actually ran well. At least she was in the race for a while. She wasn't able to get the lead, and she was forced to chase a little bit and ran the top 3 or 4. So there's no shame in losing to that one. That was a tough 3-year-old filly race that Golden Moonlight comes out of, and she wasn't that badly beaten by War Tap. And keep in mind, that was her first start since July, only her 2nd career start. So she might even be sharper for this race. And this is a field you think that any improvement, even if she repeats that effort, she's going to be awfully tough in here. A Pennsylvania bred here in race number 6 I got on top. The 2, She's an Arctic Queen. Always got to respect the breeding and respect the owners. Langpap Stable, a lot of success with their horses in the past, including the great She's a Stone Cold Fox, who was probably the best 2-year-old New York bred filly ever. And you also had Fox Rules, who won Finger Lakes Horse of the Year in the past. Both of them real good ones. And She's a Stone Cold Dingo is a half to those horses, Fox Rules and those horses. So when that breeding's in there, you got to respect it. And the thing is, this is a horse that has hit the board the last couple of races against similar competition, against the restricted 3. So even though you would think that normally going from the restricted 3 to face the older is tougher, the 2 best horses in this race look like they're the 3-year-old fillies. She's got good early speed. She didn't break all that well a couple starts back on 4.5. And then last race, she didn't really get with the pace early, made a nice move, and didn't run badly. It was a good field. The question is, can she get the jump inside here and maybe get the lead? And maybe can at least hold the rail on Golden Moonlight and others. And because, let's face it, there's a little bit less pace in this particular race than in her last start. She should be real tough against this group. Seems like those 2 could just run 1-2 around the racetrack in this race. A long shot to consider would be the 4, Bays Loved Laffy for Joe Marino. I haven't seen his name an awful lot lately, but a very good trainer. And, anybody that comes from you call it the generations of the Michael S. Ferraro, as he worked for him in the past, anybody that started off working with Michael S. Ferraro, became good trainers because Michael S. Ferraro is one of the best, maybe the best. Now, Mays Loves Laffy did chase a little bit, ran fourth. That was the first start over the track after coming from New York. I could see this horse moving up and taking a step forward off of that race and being the top, at least the top three in here, and maybe a contender. I didn't like anybody else in the race. I'll throw in the first-time starter, even though this is a horse that's more bred to go longer, definitely longer, wants to go a route. But out of an unraced mare that was a half to Mischief Maker, who was a stakes winner, of course, more route. And you can tell by the works, they aren't very fast. But I would expect this horse maybe to have some kick late, going 6 furlongs to land a share. And then maybe in the future we'll see that horse going longer. 7-2-4-1 in race number 6. Seventh race is our feature, the George Barker. We run it annually. It used to be, for a little while, it was Charlie Baker dominating it with a couple of horses like Top Shotter, Johnny by Night. Remember those horses way back in the day? And then it was, then Deborah Breed's horse dominated, breaking the fever for a long time in all of the sprint races. But, I mean, Deborah Breed's got another good one now, Lucky's Golden Guy. But you also have the presence of Senbai, however you want to say it, who won the Futurity. That horse is classy enough. Just coming off a layoff since November, I am going to take a shot here because I think Senbai is going to probably be the big favorite off class. But again, off the layoff, home court advantage, I'm going to call it. We've seen it so many times in the past where the horses that have raced over the track, if the numbers are close enough, that they're going to have that advantage. Now, keep in mind, Lasix has been a factor since they changed the rule, especially last year, the year before, when they first changed that rule in these New York bred stakes. Horses coming off Lasix, it could be a factor. If horses aren't used to running without Lasix, they have to prove that they can. Ladies Golden Guy, he's coming off Lasix. He's proven that he can, though. When he won the Leon Reed, he came off Lasix and won the race. So I don't have a problem taking this horse on top. Senbai's coming off Lasix, but he's also coming off a layoff. So it's not like he was treated at least close to this race. So that shouldn't be as much of a factor. Flying Emperor coming off Lasix as well. He won this race last year. I'm a little concerned with the pace scenario, though, and Flying Emperor being outside like that, if he's going to be able to run well. And he has every excuse there is coming from his last race when he just didn't take to the racetrack and stumbled at the start. Again, I'm going to go with Ladies Golden Guy. I think this horse is sharp right now. Seems to be getting better. Seems to be getting better every race. And last race, yeah, there wasn't much speed. He was able to clear early, but he still ran a hole in the wind like he does at 4.5. 6 furlongs today. I think he should be tough. He's inside of Flying Emperor. He should be out there with a pace. Senbai, you got to consider on class. Again, this horse won a Futurity, and then improved as a 3-year-old. Going back to last year, running in some open 3-year-old stakes races, not restricted for the New York breds. So he's back in against New York breds today, and that alone makes him a major factor. I'm a little concerned about the layoff, but maybe this is one of those things. He finds this spot in the George Barker, and maybe he's going to head to Saratoga, which isn't that far away. Maybe Ladies Golden Guy could catch him, maybe not at his best. Winston's Chance would be the one to take advantage if this pace does take its toll. He's off the layoff, a long layoff since July, but you know the class of this horse. The thing about 6 furlongs with Winston's Chance, he's that perfect 7-furlong mile horse. That's what Winston's Chance is good at. 6 furlongs, he sometimes needs a little help up front and then for him to back up a little bit to him because he doesn't have that early speed. But an honest horse, he's won a 6-furlong stake here before. I think you got to consider him despite the long layoff. And then I'll throw in the 9 Flying Emperor. It's tough. Up until that last race, this horse has never been out of the exacta here at Finger Lakes, and only once before that race overall in his career. So it's tough to not use this horse in the top 3 because if he could just shoot out there and burn you. He's just a nice horse for Jimmy Wright. Again, he stumbled at the start last time. Not sure what he got out of that race, never really in it, but he's definitely dangerous here trying to defend his title in race number 7. I'll go to 3, 7, 4, 9 in a really competitive and a really good stakes race to kick off our stakes season. That's our feature race in race number 7. Again, that's a Lasix-free race, and I do like to use that sometimes in the handicapping when horses have been proven getting off Lasix. 8th race, a maiden race for fillies and mares that goes a distance of 6 furlongs. Is today the day for tumbles? I mean, this horse has never been off the board in her 3 starts. I just hope that she's not regressing. She was not really a factor last race, but it didn't look like she was going to get the pace that she needed. So maybe she was a little overbet in that race. They went 47 to the half. I don't see a ton of pace in here, but maybe she can win on talent. She's had her chances. Maybe today she could break through. The big question mark is going to be the 4 Happy Time coming off a layoff since December. We all need our happy time. This one did break poorly in her last race at Laurels. She's run against those better maidens down there, has an excuse. She's a run happy out of a dam, first full out of that dam. The only downside I saw with Happy Time would be a little better bred for turf. But again, her last race on the dirt, really good considering she didn't break that well. She breaks well here, she could be tough. Pace is a big question. I thought the 1 and the 3 would provide the pace. I considered the 1 in that respect. She should be out there up close with the 3. Honorable Eye is an interesting first-time starter. Jeff Engelhardt won the other day with a $5,000 first-time starter. I never picked the 5,000 firsters. But this one more bred for the dirt, but pretty, well, for turf, I should say, and route, turf and route. But against these horses, why not? 7-4-2-1 in today's last. I'm running out of time, so those are my picks for this Memorial Day card. Enjoy today. Again, you got that chicken barbecue out there, $15. You got the hot dog truck, free t-shirts to the first 500. Free programs, too. If you still want to come out, you can get a free program right here at the track. So all you got to do is buy the form, play the races, and enjoy. We continue racing Monday through Wednesday. Next live racing day will be tomorrow with a 1:15 first post. See you then.
The horses are coming onto the track for the Memorial Day opener, a 6-furlong affair. 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of a race since November 29th in 2022, or non-winners of 4 races. Claimers 11 down to 9, 6 furlongs, no changes. Beautiful afternoon, fast racetrack. The opener will commence the early double and the early pick 4. Post time in about 6 minutes at 1:15. And here's the field for the holiday program. Number 1 is South Africa, looking for his 6th career victory. In the irons, Jackie Davis, the current favorite at 6-5. Number 2 is Our Man Mike, 2-1, Luis Perez. Next will be number 3, Ring Good, Rafael Rohina Jr. Number 4 is Easy Shot with Andre Worry. And the 5 is Anything Possible, Nazario Alvarado. That's the quintet for the Memorial Day opener. Post time in 5 minutes at 1:15. Happy Memorial Day, ladies and gentlemen. Track announcer Tony Kalo up here in the booth. Let's talk some ponies here for the holiday program. A field of 5 in our Monday opener. 6 furlongs, claimers 11 to 9, a couple of conditions. Not the easiest handicapping assignment. Some question marks in this group. 4 of the runners, the inside 4, 1, 2, 3, and 4, they are all making their first starts in 2023. Anything Possible, the bottom runner, is making his 3rd start already this season, so he has some racing recency and a little bit of a foundation edge over his rivals. And his price at 7-2 is pretty enticing. I have him as my 2nd pick. The one thing that I found difficult with this race was the apparent lack of pace on paper. That's why I landed on the one, South Africa. He only has 3 recorded workouts. I think that's a little concerning, especially going 6 furlongs. But the more and more I looked into this race, I didn't see anybody who wanted to be on the lead except for South Africa. Nurko Huertas claimed this one for $8,000 in the middle of November. Tried him a couple of times at Aqueduct. Boy, a salty assignment on the 4th of December against 32,000 open competition. Didn't run a jump. Didn't run much when dropped for 16. Nurka said, you know what, let's just regroup, get ready for 2023 at Finger Lakes. 2 for 5 he is over our surface. He seems to have a tactical and pace advantage over his rivals, but I am concerned with the only 3 recorded workouts. And let's face it, 8-5 is nothing like the 6-1 morning line. I'd proceed with a little caution here. This race is difficult. I think the 5 Anything Possible makes sense. I don't know what happened on the 17th of May. If you are willing to forgive that race, the price is pretty good at 7-2. He has 2 races already under his belt. He likes to win races. 11 of his 13 lifetime scores are right here at Finger Lakes. Maybe Father Time's catching up with him a little bit. He had a very, very good 21 and 22, and he ran a boatload of times in both of those years. We shall see. I'm willing to give him another look. Let's just forget about the 17th of May race and hope his best race with his foundation edge can put him into the winner's circle at 7-2. I'd make him my top pick if I knew what the odds were right now. Underneath there, I looked at the 2, Our Man Mike. You know, Michael S. Ferraro does great work with all of his horses that are making their return trips, the comebackers. Found it very odd that he only has 4 recorded workouts. It seems to me in the past, Senior always gave his horses a very good work tab leading up to their first starts. He always gave them long 6 furlong moves. So I found the information somewhat conflicting. I know his best race is good enough to be very competitive against this group. The race on the 18th of July, I'll never forget. He closed from nowhere. He was 14 lengths out. I know they went quick early. He beat a very good group. Give me the money in Zircon. His best race makes him very, very competitive in this affair. He is 2-1, getting a lot of tote support. After that, the 4 Easy Shot. He's made a boatload of money in his career, $271,000, 5 for 34. He's 1 for 3 locally. more question marks. Only 4 recorded workouts to lead him up to the 6-furlong return race. I like the work 2 back on the 15th of May. 48 out of the gate is very legitimate over this racetrack. He's worth consideration also at 7-2. Might as well talk about Ring Good. I think he's a little overmatched against this group. 3 for 40. He's never really been big on winning. I think I'd wait for him to go 2 turns. That seems like his best. He's 0 for 3 at the distance with no top 3 finishes. This horse is a much better 2-turn horse than he is a 1-turn sprinter. But you've got to start somewhere, and he's the long shot at 10-1. Might only be a field of 5, but it's not the easiest of way to start our Memorial Day program. I give the 5 anything possible with the price at 7-2. I'd probably make him my top pick if I could do it all over again. We'll see. We'll see how it all plays out. A beautiful afternoon. All sorts of great specials with the chicken barbecue from Finger Lakes Barbecue. That is on the lower club near the pavilion. $15 for the chicken dinner. That's from noon until 5 p.m. Fairport Hot's food truck is right there on the apron. We're going to have another How to Bet seminar at 1:45, so if you are new to the races, about a half an hour. Make your way down to the lower club, and after each seminar, you can put your name in a drawing and possibly win a $20 voucher. You can also get yourself a Lucky North Club, and you can earn 5 points on any video gaming machine. Print the ticket, bring it up to the Lucky North Club for a $5 racing voucher. You have until 4 p.m. to do that. I'm not sure about the availability of the T-shirts. You can check it out, the T-shirt table in the upper grandstand. Once again, got to be part of our Lucky North Club, and it definitely pays to be part of the Lucky North Club. All sorts of benefits throughout the entire season. I'll continue to talk. If you're new here at Finger Lakes, and you're watching at home away from the holiday program, let's say tomorrow and Wednesday, you can go to our website, fingerlakesgaming.com, click on the racing tab. You scroll on down to free digital programs, and we are providing free Equibase programs throughout the 2023 season. So it's pretty cool. Free programs. You can watch the horses throughout the course of the season, get your programs, learn how to handicap a little bit better. It is something new, and it is awesome. FingerLakesGaming.com. Click on the racing tab, and then scroll on down to the free digital programs. All right, the opener's coming up in just a little bit. The horses are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the Memorial Day opener. The horses are arriving at the starting gate. Number 2, Our Man Mike, the favorite on the board at 7-5. Good tote support for the 1, South Africa, 9-5. Just a quintet to start the holiday card. All right, South Africa will be the first to 5 into the gate. 2-1 second choice. There's the favorite, Our Man Mike. Everybody with the exception of Anything Possible making their first starts in 2023. There's Ring Good for the Music Man, Brent Bond. Easy Shot, and then Anything Possible for Lugu. Anything Possible looking for his 14th career trip to the winner's circle. Ready for the Memorial Day opener. And there they go. And South Africa is trying to show some pace. Anything possible's there, and so too is Ringgood. They are crawling for a 6-furlong affair. Easy Shot and Our Man Mike at the back. So Ringgood has his head in front of South Africa. Anything possible's up close to the soft pace. Easy Shot strides into the 4th position, 4 lengths from the front, and he's nearly 6 lengths in front of Our Man Mike. So it's Long Shot Ringgood who gets away with a very soft opening quarter, 23 2/5. Here comes Anything Possible moving into second. South Africa has to bide his time. A tight spot from the rail, even though a field of 5. He's having to bide his time with that rail positioning. Easy Shot maneuvers into the clear. Still about 4 to find on Ringgood. And Our Man Mike's trying to gear up at the mercy of this soft pace. So Ringgood has the lead. South Africa tips into the 2-path, and here he comes. Anything Possible's under a drive. Our Man Mike tries to gear up with Easy Shot. Anything Possible in South Africa from between runners. South Africa, Anything Possible. South Africa, Anything Possible to the outside with the Racing Recency, his 14th career score. South Africa second. 3rd, 4th, and 5th tied. Our Man Mike, Easy Shot, and Ringgood. $4-1's a nice price for Anything Possible. The only horse who had a couple of starts this season. Just had to forgive that recent effort and come right back with him at 4-1. Anything Possible. First on the board. Second place to the 1, South Africa. Just had to bide his time with his rail positioning. Might have cost him the victory. It got tight for the balance. 112 and 59 100ths in the Memorial Day opener. Entering the winner's circle is the 5, Anything Possible, an 8-year-old big gelding by Mission Impossible out of the dam. Lightning Pace, owned and trained by Logo, Louis Gutierrez winning jockey Nazario Alvarado. New York bred by Mockingbird Farms LLC along with Spotted Pony LLC. 2, Our Man Mike was up for 3rd. 4th place, 3, Ringgood. Ringgood able to hang on for 4th at a nice number. 5-1-2-3. 5-1-2-3. Officially in the opener. Nice exacta to start the day, $29.80. 5-1-2 trifecta, $10.80. The 10-cent super, $5.97. Our second race will commence the early pick 3. Unfortunately, we have a couple of scratches, 2 and 6. Joey Loose Lips and Courageous Ola. No show, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering, just a quartet in race 2. 22 minutes away at 1:45.
Got 13 minutes to post for race number 2. The first did look like a competitive race, and anything possible in perfect position. Sometimes it does come down to the trip. He bounced back from a poor effort last time, but the pace just wasn't there, as South Africa did not take advantage of his tactical advantage. Ringgood able to get a clear lead. That one just not quite that class of horses going short anyway. Going long, he could carry that speed. South Africa and Anything Passable were the ones close to that rival, and they ran 1-2 in race number 1. But Anything Passable had a good year last year, gets the victory today. Naz Alvarado for owner-trainer Lugu Louis Gutierrez. Well, with the 4 betting interest, you got no try, no super, and no show, but we do have a pick 3 and daily double. We scratched the 2 Joey Loose Lips and the 6 Courageous Ola. Another race where just doesn't seem to be a lot of pace. Well, that's usually happens with these 4-horse fields. The pace comes from the outside. Looks like it's the 5 Tra Lad, but Lucky Manny can lay close. They seem to be the 2 main rivals in this 4-horse field. Tra Lad with a tactical edge out there. Last time he was here at Finger Lakes, he did show some speed in a 1 state bred. Got run down by a pretty good one in Trigger Pull. That was back in October. He's faced tougher in New York at Penn National. He's coming off a win at Penn National. Now back to face Finger Lakes competition in our never won 3 condition. Logical horse is Tralad. It's just a matter of can he carry his speed? If Lucky Manny could stay close enough off of Lucky Manny's last race. His issue was he couldn't chase down New York Anthem. Now he's got to be able to chase down Tralad. But his second start off the layoff, he should be sharper for this race, and maybe he can wear down Tralad to get the victory. But that looks like how the race complexion looks with the 5 and the 4, maybe running 1-2 around the racetrack. I'm hoping with my top selection, Lucky Manny, that one can wear down the 5 and get the victory. The other horse is getting some play in here. You know, you could consider Interstate, but he might be more of a top 3 threat because of his running style of coming from out of it. At this distance, he's never been in the top 2, only once in the money in 6 starts of the distance. He runs to his competition, but usually runs behind his competition with 7 seconds. Didn't run badly at all for 5 furlongs last time. The extra furlong helps, but it may just help get him into the top 2 or 3. Maybe you could split up the 2 favorites if you're looking to make a little bit of money in this race. But no try, no super, no show because of the scratch of the 2 Joey Loose Lips and the 6 Courageous Ola.
Coming onto the track for the second race, a 6-furlong affair. Allowance conditions, 3-year-olds and up, now winners of 3 races. Couple of scratches, too. Joey Loose Lips and the 6 Courageous Ola. With the 2 defections, no show, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering. Second race will commence the early pick 3. Post time in about 6 minutes at 1:45. All right, let's meet the field for race 2, beginning with the 1 Interstate and Jackie Davis. Here's the 3 Hereby with Jeremias Flores. Next will be the 4 Lucky Manny, 2-1 second choice Michael Davila Jr. And the 5 is Tralad with Anthony Salgado. The big favorite at 3-5. Post time in about 5 minutes. Second race commencing our early at pick 3. Unfortunately, we lost a couple runners. Joey Loose Lips, love that name, and Courageous Ola. So the 2 fancied horses on the morning line, both scratched, reducing the field to a quartet. And right now the big favorite is Tralad. Tralad for the Wild Irishman, Carl O'Callaghan. And a huge shout out to all of his friends and family at the sports bar in Newmarket on Fergus. They are rocking and rolling, getting ready for Tralad. No wonder why this horse is 3-5. If he wins, Guinness Pints and Jameson on Carl O'Callaghan for everybody at the sports bar in Newmarket on Fergus. Tralad. I like the fact Tralad won his debut run. That was back in the middle of September in 2022. I like the fact this horse ventured to us at Finger Lakes on the 11th of October, and he ran out of conditions. He was eligible for a non-winners of 2 lifetime, and the Wild Irishman, Carl O'Callaghan, said, enough with the 2L, Mr. Kayla. We're going straight to the state bred, and he ran well in defeat, only missing by 2 lengths to Trigger Pull, comfortably clear of Father Walsh. Carl thought that effort was good enough to take him to Aqueduct. Not a bad effort, finished 5th. Much improved when returning to Penn in early December, and he put it all together on the 11th of January. Big effort. He's got some nice works. He's only got a couple of rivals he's got to worry about. 3 to his inside. All the big money on him, 1-2. Tralad for the Irishman, Carl O'Callaghan. If you don't know a lot about Carl, a heck of a horseman. He won the 2010 Golden Shaheen in Dubai with King Sale King. And he's never looked back. And his friends and family in Ireland are all pumped up for Tralad, the heavy, heavy favorite. And I wasn't going to dare pick against that many Irishmen, that's for sure. Let's go with the 4 Lucky Manny as my second pick. He was going to be my top pick because I really am big into horses with racing recency. And he has that advantage over Tralad. Lucky Manny is a nice horse. Ran a good second at 23-1 to New York Anthem, and he was comfortably clear of one of his rivals, Hereby. Lucky Manny can go forward off that race, and if you are against the favorite Tralad, this is probably the horse to go with. 3 Hereby has a lot of foundation. All those route races over the turf at Tampa set him up nicely for the 15th of May. Somewhat ran an even race. I'll tell you what, he didn't get much pace to chase. New York Anthem was the lone pace on paper, and he got away with a soft opening quarter of 23 and a soft half of 46-3. And Hereby could only do some running for a minor placing. He might be up against it again with just the field of 4 and not a heck of a lot of pace on paper. I'll make him 3rd. And then the 1 Interstate, rounding out the field. Interstate, kind of like Ringgood, and I'll give Ringgood a lot of credit in the opener. Ran a lot better than I thought he would. This horse Interstate is probably prepping for a 2-turn race, so we'll wait for him a little bit later on in the season. Tralad for everybody in Ireland at the sports bar in Newmarket on Fergus. We'll see if Carl O'Callaghan will be providing the Guinness Pints and the Jameson with a victory here with Tralad, the heavy, heavy favorite. Race 2, starting the early pick 3 in a couple of minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Nearing the gate. It's post time for the second race. The start of our early pick 3. The big favorite is number 5, Trelad at 1-4. The 4, Lucky Manny is 3-1. Then Interstate at 5-1. And Hereby Long Shot Status at 8-1. Just a quartet in race 2. Interstate is the first of 4 into the gate. Here's Hereby, Lucky Manny, and Trelad for Carl O'Callaghan and all of his friends and family in Ireland. 1-4 big favorite. They're at the post. And there they go. And Trelad breaks with the leader line. Lucky Manny is showing pace to his inside. Interstate's in no hurry from third, and Hereby is the last of the quartet. So on the front end, Lucky Manny and Trelad. Trelad has his nose in front. Hereby strides into third, getting within 2 of the top 2. And at the back is Interstate, 2 by 2 up the backstretch. And once again, not a lot of pace on. Trelad and Lucky Manny matching strides. Hereby is third. Opening quarter reads 23-4. They are absolutely walking to the far turn run. And Interstate is at the back marker. They will quicken from here. Trelad and Lucky Manny a length and a half to Hereby, 3 deep. Interstate 2.5 to 5 near the quarter pole. Lucky Manny, Trelad. Hereby comes a calling with his run, 3 deep. Interstate has 2.5 to find. Hereby with a 3-wide move confronting both Trelad and Lucky Manny, and Hereby at 12-1 is up to the front. Trelad has some fight to the inside like an Irishman. Trelad fighting on with Hereby. They approach the 8th pole. Hereby has a narrow lead. Trelad is all heart from the inside. He reclaims the lead. Here is Trelad finding the front. Trelad has the lead. Hereby playing second fiddle. Trelad wins it for Ireland. Hereby second, then Lucky Manny and Interstate. Oh, they're rocking at the sports bar in Newmarket on Fergus. Carl O'Callaghan, friends and family, pounding Trelad down to 1-4. It's a quick running time, 1:11 and 86/100ths. They crawled early, they flew late. Trelad, lots of intensity on the comeback bid. Hereby looked like he had the race turning for home, but Trelad had a strong will to win, and he is the unofficial winner. Second place 3 Hereby, then the 4 Lucky Manny. Fourth place 1 Interstate. Kindly retain all mutual tickets until results have been declared official. Tralad is in the winner's circle. A 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Constitution out of the Dam Deputy cures blues. The Wild Irishman Carl O'Callahan owns and trains. Guinness Pints and Jameson on Carl. Tralad was ridden this afternoon by Anthony Salgado. Winner was bred in New York by Twin Creeks Farm. And the second race is official. It's a nice early double, 5-5, $15.80. The 5-3 exacta from the second race, $15.20. On to race 3. Race 3 will start the Memorial Day Pick 6. We have a 2-day carryover, $4,613. In the third race, scratch number 3, This Cat Can Fly. Other changes in the sequence. Fifth race, scratches 6 and 7, A Fighter Kite and Legendary Bid. Seventh race, the George Barker, scratch 2, Tommy the Torch. $4,613, a 2-day pick 6. It's a $1 wager, a traditional style pick 6, and post time in about 22 minutes at 2:15. You know, another chance to get to that How to Bet seminar. It just started at about 1:45. Maybe they just waited till after this race. It's at the lower club. And after the seminar, put your name in a drawing, possibly to win a $20 voucher. How to Bet seminar, lower club, happening now. Huge shout out to Beeve Bauer. Beeve enjoying the Memorial Day card here at Finger Lakes. Fans live racing Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesdays here at Finger Lakes. First post at 1:15. Now on Wednesdays, starting next week, I believe we will start Wednesdays at 1:20, but basically 1:15 for Mondays and Tuesdays. And then in the month of June, our Wednesday post will be 1:20. Once again, as mentioned earlier, you can get free Finger Lakes programs online, fingerlakesgaming.com. Click on the racing tab, scroll on down to free digital programs, and there they are. They should be out about 5:30 before each and every race day. Wednesday at 5:30 for the Monday card. Take advantage, fans. Free Finger Lakes programs online, fingerlakesgaming.com. Click on the racing tab, and then scroll on down to free digital programs.
In the paddock for race number 3, Trelad able to win the battle with Lucky Manny. They didn't go that fast. Hereby made that big move on the turn, lost a little ground circling, and then Trelad was able to come back on and get the victory. Anthony Salgado for Carl Callahan. That one will start at pick 3. Also a daily double. Got hit hard at odds of 1-4. Third race, 5,000 claimer going to mile 70. 9 hours of a race since the date, or have never won 4 races. You got 2 for the price of 1 with this entry. English Laughter has never won at the distance, but he comes in here with a little bit of a fitness edge, hitting the board in a couple races against the bottoms claimers at Tampa. This should be a little bit easier for English Laughter, considering the fitness that he'll have coming in here going a route. Now, he's had a lot of chances here at Finger Lakes. He hasn't won in 8 starts here at Finger Lakes as well. So he'll try to change the trends today with a victory in this race. You also got Thank You as the stablemate. He's more of the deeper late runner. He's making his first start since November, but he's certainly got the numbers to be competitive in here. This one's at odds of 6-5. Other horse that I like here, the 6 Fires Finale, is the speed on the outside. He got really cooked in a speed duel last time at Parks when he went 23 and change for the first quarter. Ended up fading badly in that race. You got to go back to his March race where he got a clear, easy lead in that race, and he was able to go gate to wire, and that's the key. This one needs a clear, easy lead if he's going to keep going and win this race, but it does look like the 2B or the 2, whichever one they decide to be aggressive with, probably the 2B will be the one out there as the running mate early with Fires Finale. Few Dial has an interesting one in here. This one is a 10-year-old, but still running pretty well. He's only making his second Finger Lakes start. Made his Finger Lakes debut last time. Ran decently in a 6 furlong race, but probably wants more distance. Generally, does run lately in his career 6 furlongs or longer, but this one at this distance has never tried a mile 70, which is interesting with all the starts that he's had. I think he fits nicely in this field. He doesn't have much for early speed, so look for him to try to make a late move in this race. It does look like, at least for this route race, we're going to have a little more pace than we did in the previous 2 sprint races to start off the card. So 10 minutes to post for the third. We'll start a $1 pick 6. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and pick 3 also available here.
The horses are coming onto the track for the third race, 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch number 3, This Cat Can Fly. $5,000 claimers, non-winners of a race since November 29th in 2022, or non-winners of 4 races. Here they are. Number 1 is English Laughter with Jackie Davis, 7-5 for a powerful M. Anthony Ferraro entry. Stablemate 1A, Thank You with Luis Perez, 7-5 for the junior duo. Here's another entry for Dylan Clark, this time the 2 Mountain Tree, Stephen Fret. And the 2B, Grit and Glory with Jose Baez, 9-2 for the Naturals duo. Scratch the 3, 4 is Uncle Jerome, Heeman Harkey. 5 is Feudal, Cabercoa. The 10-year-old's looking for his 14th career score. And the 6 is Fire's Finale, and Michael Davila Jr., 5-2 second choice. We have a field of 7 with 5 wagering interests. Once again, scratch 3, This Cat Can Fly. 2-day pick 6 carryover, better than $4,600. The pick 6 in about 5 minutes. All right, fans, pick 6 time on this beautiful Memorial Day here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. We have a field of 7 with 5 wagering interests. Juniors duo, I'm Anthony Ferraro. We call him Junior. Juniors duo looks pretty good on paper, no question about it. 6-5, and then you get the 6 Fires Finale, Michael Davila Jr. A very, very obvious contender at 5-2. All right, let's talk about this race. You know, obviously the entry and the 6 are very, very logical in this spot, but I'm going to try to go with an upset, and I'm looking at the 5, Feudal. Number 5, Feudal, was my top selection here in race 3. He is a 10-year-old, and he is looking for his 14th career victory. I like the fact that he has a race already over the Finger Lakes surface. That was on the 15th of May. That was his first start in 5 weeks. Ran an even 5th. I like the horses that beat him. I love Jackson and Town Jack. That race had absolutely no pace that particular day. Feudal had no chance to close into a 23-1 and a 47-1. The top 2 just kept running away from their rivals. So therefore, I thought it was a fairly even effort. I know he only beat a couple of horses, but he started at the top of the lane, 9 lengths out, and he only lost a quarter of a length from the run to the top of the lane to the wire. He gets the blinkers off. He does have 2 career victories at the distance with 2 runner-up efforts. I like a couple of his races this winter at Turfway Park. That sprint on the 11th of January is a very good sprint. Those are some good horses he was competing at in Kentucky. A 1-mile race over the synthetic. He made up some ground through the lane. Let's give him a little bit of a look. Cabercoa has done good things. We want to give Caber's father, Ibercoa, a big shout-out. Excellent jockey in his day, riding on the Naira circuit. Other circuits, of course, Ibercoa, nearly 22,000 starts, 4,080 victories, and over 129 million in purses. A big shout out to Ibercoa, Caber's father. He's here this afternoon. And Feudal will be my top pick. We'll see if we can bring in this grizzled old school veteran. Maybe he can show us some old man strength at 4-1. He's my top pick. 6 Fires, a Finale. You got to like that race 3 back when he defeated N3Ls at Parks. That was going a mile in the 16th. I know the running time was slow, but I'm not going to hold that against him. It looks like that back variant was really big. I don't know if I've seen one as big as that in the past. 45. He ran a 48 on a 45, so that tells you that the track was real slow. There it is again. He's been running over some real slow racetracks at Parks with those back variants being high. He seems like he's a contender. He has a nice outside post. Greg O'Donnell for Torelli and the Niz. Fires Finale, looking to make everybody shuffle up and deal for the Niz. Fires Finale, vying for favoritism. English Laughter makes a lot of sense. He was going to be my top pick. It's just he's had a lot of chances here at Finger Lakes. 8 starts with only 1 second and 130. Doesn't win a lot anymore. He's won 6 of 53. You got to go all the way back to Tampa Bay, I believe, and Presque Isle. So it seems like he wins over that sandy surface at Tampa and then the synthetic at Presque Isle. I don't know. I've picked him many times in the past, and he's disappointed me. I just didn't want to go with him once again. at even money. Obviously, if you're playing a pick six, you have to include the entry. And you have to include Fire's Finale. Feudal is going to be my top pick. I'm going to try to spring this upset. We've got a nice little carryover. Let's see if we can bring in a decent pick six payer today. Looks pretty chalky, though, for the most part. But you know what? That's why we run the races, because it's never finalized till they cross the wire, and anything can happen in horse racing. That's what makes it such a beautiful sport. Getting closer and closer to post time for the pick six on Memorial Day. The horses are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the third race, the start of our pick six. 2-day carryover, better than $4,600, a little shy of $4,000 of new money in today's pool. Big favored entry, English Laughter and Thank You. 3-4 on the board, now 3-5 for the Anthony Ferraro duo. 2-1 Fire's Finale, a field of 7 with 5 wagering interests. Both halves of the entry are in. English Laughter looking for his 7th career victory. Thank You in search of his 13th overall score. Mountain Tree. Next will be Uncle Jerome. He's the big long shot at 14-1. 15-1 now for Uncle Jerome. Feudal and Cabercoa. The 10-year-old looking for his 14th career victory. Thank You's an 11-year-old. There's Grit and Glory, and Fire's Finale will be the last of 7 of the outside. Pick 6 time on the Memorial Day card. And there they go. Mountain Tree shows pace. Also there, Feudal. Grit and Glory hustled along. Here's English Laughter, and here's Uncle Jerome. Fire's Finale from the far outside. He'll be a little deep entering the first turn. And Thank You is the last of all. So on the front end, it's Grit and Glory from English Laughter. Fire's Finale fires into the second spot. Uncle Jerome comes away running in fourth, then Mountain Tree. A Feudal joins him from the outside, little less than 6 from the dueling leaders. And he's nearly 5 lengths in front of Thank You. It's a little less than 11 lengths from first to last. And Fire's Finale has come away with the lead. Grit and Glory's back to second. English Laughter's in a beautiful striking position up the backstretch run, isolated in third, 4 off the lead. About 2.5 lengths to Feudal. Another 2 lengths to Mountain Tree. Length and a half, Uncle Jerome. 5 lengths to Thank You, trying to pick up his stride from that back marker. 24-1 the opening quarter, 48 3/5 for the half. And on the front end, Fire's Finale. Fire's Finale gets away from Grit and Glory. English Laughter has about 5 lengths to make up. Feudal's in the 4th spot, 6 from Fire's Finale. After them races Mountain Tree. Thank You, Uncle Jerome tails out of it. Midway through the turn, Fire's Finale with a healthy lead. English Laughter is second. Feudal's trying to pick up his stride along the inside. Here comes Feudal. He's making a move into second along the inside. Can he bridge the gap on Fire's Finale? It's Fire's Finale, English Laughter, and Feudal fight for second. Fire's Finale at the 8th pole, still with the lead. It's a good race for second between English Laughter and Feudal. Fire's Finale is well clear. Shuffle up and deal. Fire's Finale in front. Heck of a race for second, English Laughter and Feudal. English Laughter, I believe, second. Feudal third. 4th place, Thank You. And then we'll go back to Mountain Tree. We'll check in 5th. So it is Fire's Finale, 2-1. A little bit of an upset. Took command up the backstretch and never looked back. It was a good race for second between English Laughter and Feudal. And we'll try to sort out the running time here in the third. Unofficially 6, Fire's Finale. Photo for the place. Fifth place, number 2, Mountain Tree. Mountain Tree for the Super. 6-1. Well, still waiting for the results of the photo for second place. Hold all tickets. Still need a photo for second. All right, numbers are on the board. Second place, 1 English Laughter. Third place, number 5, a Feudal. Fourth place, 1-8, Thank You. Fifth place, 2 Mountain Tree. 2 Mountain Tree will complete the superfecta. Fire's Finale, Shuffle Up and Kneel. He's the unofficial winner here in race 3. A 5-year-old bay horse by Jumpstart out of the dam Exchanging Fire, owned by Greg O'Donnell. Winning trainer, Stacy Torelli, along with the Niz. Winning jockey is Michael Davila Jr. Pennsylvania bred by Kenwood Racing, LLC. Disregard the final running time on television monitors and on the board in the infield. All right, race 3's in the books officially. 6-1-5-1-8-2. That daily double 5-6, $8.30. A 6-1 exact, $11.20. 6-1-5 trifecta, $5.75. A 10-cent super 6-1-5-2, $1.97. Our fourth race is in 22 minutes. 2:46 is the post time. There are no changes. Race 4 will start our pick 5. Fans, we do encourage everybody to get your wagers in very early. We have a very nice crowd for Memorial Day. Best way to avoid being shut out is to give yourself plenty of time. Get those wagers in early. Nothing worse than picking a winner, but you get shut out at the last minute. To avoid major disappointment, make sure to get those wagers in early. We got a good crowd, and we thank you very much for coming on out supporting Finger Lakes on this beautiful Memorial Day. All right, fans, race 3, 1 minute 46.35 hand timed. 146 and 35 100ths hand timed. The final running time from the third race. 146.35 hand timed. Don't forget, you can earn 5 points on any video gaming machine. Print your ticket, bring it to the Lucky North Club for a $5 racing voucher. You got till about 4 o'clock to get that in. We've got the chicken barbecue, lower club near the pavilion. Finger Lakes Barbecue, $15 for that chicken dinner. That's happening until 5 p.m. Fairport Hots food truck right here on the apron. Memorial Day, it's all happening. Good food, great weather, great racing. Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack here on Memorial Day. Fans, you want to be part of our Finger Lakes bonusbets.com. 6% rewards when wagering on Finger Lakes races. Different percentages, different racetracks throughout the country. New customers that deposit and wager $100 receive a $50 sign-up bonus. If you're not a member, join today. FingerLakesBonusBets.com. You play, we pay.
getting ready for race number 4, and Fire's Finale just pulling Michael Davila to the lead as he just couldn't hold him back as he was just going to go on with it and won pretty easily in that race. That was Davila for Stacy Torelli and the Niz in race number 3 to start off your dollar pick 6. Fourth race, an allowance race for fillies and mares, and not one a state bred race other than. And looking at the board right now, no surprise, the 5 Queen's Dancer is the current favorite. I did like this horse on top, mainly because she just simply comes out of better races and running well against better horses. And she also may have needed that last race. Now, that's a much tougher field with Guns Blazing, who put up a good time for the day, got under a minute for the 5 furlongs. And no Chalk is no slouch in there either. She got used up in the pace before fading. Second start off the layoff, should be much fitter for this race, has to go an extra furlong, but she just got to deal with Banker's Daughter. If she could clear that one early, she might be tough to beat in here. Now, Banker's Daughter is the other one that's getting play, and it could just be a 1-2 speed number with Banker's Daughter. She's coming off 2 straight in the money finishes. She did come in here with a fitness edge, though, coming in here from Aqueduct. Last time going 6 furlongs, she just was no match to Behind the Couch in that race. That horse pretty tough as well. So she stays in the condition. The only thing is she's got a lot more seconds at first going 6 furlongs. Her record at 6 furlongs, 1 for 17 with 8 seconds and 2/3. Usually a horse you might want to use underneath. But she's the key to the race if she attempts to be aggressive and tries to go after Queen's Dancer early, being inside of that rival. The 2 Trivia would be the one to maybe take advantage by sitting the same kind of trip that she had last time. She sat 3rd behind the speed and then went on with it. Turned out to be a good race with Ice Cold Gold, and then Ramon, who was 3rd. That one came back to win convincingly against 5,000s. Well, she steps back up to face allowance horses after winning that $5,000 race. Can't guarantee she's going to get as good a trip as she did the last time, but she could be a contender in race number 4. We start to pick 5 with this race. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and Daily Double also available here.
Fillies and mares coming onto the track for the fourth race, a 6-furlong event. 3-year-olds and up, New York breds, first state bred condition. This is the first leg of our Memorial Day Pick 5 sequence. Not a lot of changes, no changes in fact in this fourth, and post time's in about 5 minutes. There's the field. Number 1 is Saloon Girl with John Davila Jr. She's the long shot at 12-1. The 2 is Trivia, Oscar Gomez. 3 is Easy Play, Michael Davila Jr. looking for another victory. Just got Fire's Finale into the winner's circle from the 3rd. Easy Play's 1 of 2 for Ralphie D. Here's the stablemate, number 4, Banker's Daughter, Emmanuel Di Diego. And here comes the huge favorite, the 5, Queen's Dancer, 3-4 with Jackie Davis. And the 6 is Let's Maga, Kevin Navarro. 6 fillies and mares, the 4th starting the Pick 5 in about 3 minutes. Pick 5 time, beautiful afternoon. Big crowd. Once again, we do encourage everybody to get those wagers in a very timely manner. Don't wait to the last second, fans. Big crowd. We encourage everybody to get their wagers in early. Nothing worse than picking a winner, getting up to the window and getting shut out, and then you got to look and see you could have made some money. To avoid being shut out, to avoid being disappointed, get those wagers in a very timely manner. 5, Queen's Dancer, my top selection. She is everybody's top selection at 4-5. Not everybody, but just about everybody. Queen's Dancer has lots and lots of early foot. On the 9th of May, she really battled. I believe the gal she was dueling with is a mare or a filly, a mare named Amazing Dottie for Chris Engelhardt, who really made quite an impression to me when she won her first start this season. Hang on, fans. All right, fans, just notified by the stewards. Let's turn our programs to race 5. Unfortunately, we have another scratch from the 5th race. That will be number 3, Baron Marchis. That's a very important scratch. Horse figured to get a lot of play. The 3, Baron Marchis scratched from the upcoming 5th race, and that's going to reduce our field size to 4. We'll talk about that wagering menu at the conclusion of the 4th race. Back to the analysis. 5, Queen's Dancer did a lot of dirty work in her first start of the season, battling with Amazing Dottie. She put away Amazing Dottie, but she could not fend off a Guns A-Blazing, No Chalk, Darn That Song, and another one. 6 furlongs. She's 1 for 6. She just looks to be the quickest, though. I remember last year when she was a 3-year-old filly, she had a lot of ability, and for her as a 3-year-old filly to run a huge second to Gone and Forgotten in the Arctic Queen really hints at the ability that Queen's Dancer has. She comes back with a bullet. She's the short price, so I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. Queen's Dancer, the one to come and catch. If you're looking to beat her, there's a couple that you could maybe take a look at. The 4, Banker's Daughter. She's not fond of winning, only 3 for 30 versus those 8 seconds and 4/3. But unlike Queen's Dancer, who only has 1 5-furlong race this season, Banker's Daughter has been racing regularly throughout the winter at Aqueduct, and she already has a couple of starts here at Finger Lakes, and she ran against a couple of good ones. Toscanova Beauty is a stablemate to Queen's Dancer. She ran a very credible 3rd to her. Behind the Couch was a very shrewdy claim by Jeff Engelhardt, who went to Maryland and took a New York bred for $12,000 or so and brought her here, and she won by nearly 10 lengths in the first state bred. So Banker's Daughter has a lot of foundation, a lot of racing recency. She has good company lines, The only thing working against her is her unfavorable record of winning, only 3 for 30. I give her a little bit of a look. 2, Trivia. Big shout out to Ethan, Kyle, Chris, and Donna Gary. Ethan's all over Trivia this afternoon. He loves this 5-year-old mare. Trivia's just shy of making $100,000 in earnings. She enters this one just about as good as ever, winning by 3/4 of a length in her comeback race. Trivia runs good races. She's a contender. She's 6-1 for Ethan Gary. Who else did I look at? I looked at the 3 Easy Play, a stablemate for Banker's Daughter, both conditioned by Ralphie D. She comes into this race off a winning note. She ran against Amazing Dottie on the 25th of April, and like her stablemate, she has a lot of races this winter. 5, 4, 2, 3 for me in the 4th. It's going to start our pick 5. Get those wagers in. They're going to be at the starting gate momentarily. Nearing the gate. It's post time for the 4th race, a field of 6 fillies and mares. Number 5, Queen's Dancer, 4-5. Number 4, Banker's Daughter, 9-5. After that, it's Trivia at 6-1. 6 fillies and mares. Here's Saloon Girl. She's the big long shot for the Colt 45 man, Victor Dean. There's Trivia. Ethan Gary's top selection, Trivia at a price. Future handicapping star, Ethan Gary, an up-and-comer here. All right, the Ralphie D duo, Easy Play and Banker's Daughter. Easy Play is in. Here's Banker's Daughter, solid second choice on the board at 9-5. Here's the speedy Queen's Dancer. Really tipped her mitt last season with that solid second against Elders in the Arctic Queen. Godin Forgotten, one of the best female sprinters on the grounds. And Queen's Dancer really ran a big race in defeat. And then we have David Oyola's Let's Maga, 10-1 for her first start in 2023. Ready for the pick 5. And there they go. Banker's Daughter away in last. And Queen's Dancer is showing lots of speed. Easy Plays trying to go with her. Saloon Girl hustled along from the rail. Trivia's 4th. Banker's Daughter with a quick recovery. She makes a bid into the 4th position. And Let's Maga is the last of 6. So it's Queen's Dancer 3 deep. From between gals races Easy Play. Saloon Girl's pushing the action along the rail. Banker's Daughter's getting a nice trail trip. She's isolated in 4th from the outside with 2 to find heading into the turn. Trivia's about 4 or 5 lengths from the front. And at the back there is Let's Maga. So it's Easy Play and Queen's Dancer. And here comes Banker's Daughter with her 3-wide run. Queen's Dancer has her nose in front. Easy Play continues to test her. Banker's Daughter looms live to the outside. And I'm going to Let's Maga, Trivia, and Saloon Girl. Queen's Dancer's in trouble. Ralphie D's ganging up on her with his gals. And it's Banker's Daughter and Easy Play. Queen's Dancer begins to retreat. Easy Play has been headed by stablemate Banker's Daughter. And Banker's Daughter's up to the front. Banker's Daughter opening up from easy play. Trivia's trying to make a move for second. Banker's Daughter strides clear. Banker's Daughter in front. From stablemate easy play. And then Trivia, Let's Maga, Saloon Girl, and Queen's Dancer at the back. Tag team racing at its best. Banker's Daughter for Ralphie D. Easy play, did all the heavy lifting, softening up Queen's Dancer. And here comes Banker's Daughter with her big run at a nice 3-1. And she gets the barn bragging rights over her big long shot stablemate Easy play with the assist. Third place to the 2, Trivia. So the favorites off the board, some decent payoffs. 113 and 85/100ths the final time. Photo for fourth, hold all tickets. Fourth place, 6, Let's Maga. So some big numbers on the board. 3-1 over 22-1 over 8-1 over 14-1. And here is Banker's Daughter making her way to the winner's circle. 4 for 31 now in her career. She's 2 for 5 locally with a runner-up and a third-place finish. A 6-year-old at Dark Bayer Brown mare by Central, a banker out of the dam La Zica. Owned by Joseph and Ann McMahon. Bred in New York by McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds LLC. Winning trainer is Ralphie D. Ralph D'Alessandro. Winning jockey, the Barber, Emmanuel Di Diego. And race 4 is official. The double, 6-4, $53.50. A 4-3 exacta, that Ralphie D exacta, $76.50. A trifecta, $61.75. 10-cent super, 4-3-2-6, $40.35. 5-6-4. Early pick 3, $8.75. Early pick 4, 5 with 2, 5, 6 with 6 with 4, $43. All right, we will advance to race 5. We already had the 6 and 7 scratched, and then we have the late scratch of 3, Baron Marchis. 3, 6, and 7 all scratched. Unfortunately, a field of 4. No show, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering. First leg of our late pick 4 post time in about 21 minutes.
in the paddock for race number 5, and Baker's Daughter, big race run by that one, was going to be the other speed. Queen's Dancer didn't take advantage of her tactical advantage, and she was out there running with easy play. Baker's Daughter, despite that being off really a step slow, she was able to stay close and won relatively easy. Emmanuel Di Diego, the Barber, with a big effort for Ralph D'Alessandro. That one starts the pick 5. We start the late pick 4 with the 5th. We did get another scratch in here, the 3, Baron Marquise. So no trifecta, no super, and no show wagering in race number 5 as we're down to 4 betting interests. Devil or Angel is the big favorite. The question's going to be the trip that he's going to get, and he's off the layoff. He has gotten second a lot in his career. He's still the 2-time winner, but with 13 starts, he's got 5 seconds. 2 for 2 at the distance, finishing second. His one win was going 3/4 on a sloppy racetrack. So those are the downsides. The positive is the field that he's up against, he's simply better than. And the question is going to be the layoff, but he is working well. If he can stay close, if Vinny 2 Cents and Cody's Express doesn't get away from him on the front end, and he stays close, he'll be able to chase them down. He's at odds of 1-2. Vinny 2 Cents, the one horse, getting a little over bet off of his last race, but I guess there's somebody looking for somebody else to bet after you get by Devil or Angel in a 4-horse field. But Vinny 2 Cents was allowed to go very slow for the day in 47 and change and 23 for the quarter against a really soft maiden claimant field. So this is a lot tougher. Well, it was, but even so, with the 3 rivals that are in here now are all better than any of the horses that were in that maiden claimer where he got away. You do have Cody's Express in here, so it isn't like he's going to be alone on the lead again. In fact, Cody's Express is at least just as fast as that one, but maybe he can improve, make it his second start off the layoff, and make it 2 in a row if he's able to somehow get the lead on Cody's Express. Now, Cody's Express beat Devil or Angel when they faced in August. That was an 11-9 maiden claimer when Cody's Express won his only race. He did it in gate-to-wire fashion. Came back with a good 3rd-place finish against allowance horses, so his only time dropping back for the tag was in a rout. So he turns back in distance and stays at that tag level. Definitely not out of it is Cody's Express, especially when you're talking about only 3 other betting interests in this 5th race. But no try, no super, no show. But we will still start a pick 4, which might be the best way to engage this race. We scratched the 3, Baron Marquis, the 6, and the 7.
Coming onto the track for today's fifth race, sprinting at 5.5 furlongs. 3-year-olds and up now, winners of 2 races. Claimers 11 down to 9. 3 scratches, the 3, Baron Marchese, the 6, Fighter Kite, and the 7, Legendary Bid. Just a quartet, no show, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering. First leg of our late pick 4, post time in 5 minutes. Here's the field. Number 1, Vinny 2 cents. Michael Davila Jr. looking for a riding double. Lugu's looking for a training double. 2 is Hangout with Andre Worry. Scratch the 3, 4, Devil or Angel. Oscar Gomez, huge favorite at 1-2. The 5 is Cody's Express. Nazario Alvarado looking for another winner, as is trainer Stacy Torelli. Torelli and the Niz looking for doubles. 6 and 7 both scratch. Just a quartet. Our late pick 4 in about 4 minutes. Just a field of 4 to commence our late pick 4. Once again, fans, a very nice crowd. We thank you very much. Make sure to get your wagers in very early. Nothing worse than being shut out. Nothing worse than getting disappointed, picking a winner, not reaping the benefits. Best way to avoid being shut out is to get those wagers in a very timely manner. 3, Baron Marchese was going to be my top selection. So just with a field of 4, we're going to land on the 2, Hangout. Hangout definitely benefits with the scratch of Fighter Kite. They did neither favors on the 16th of May when they dueled each other into submission, and then both of the late runners, he's got a short fuse and Noble Journey, were able to come a-galling and pick up the pieces. So Hangout definitely benefiting with the absence of Fighter Kite. He looks to be speedy along the inside, and we're going to hope that Hangout, making his 3rd start of the season, can get brave and try to spring the upset at 5-1. I'm willing to take a chance with Hangout on the front end. Devil or Angel getting all sorts of love on the board, an overwhelming selection at 3-5. I liked what I saw from him last year. He finished second to one of his rivals, Cody's Express. That was when Cody was conditioned by Jeremiah Engelhardt. In fact, he was claimed out of that affair by his current connections, and he somewhat regressed thereafter, talking about Cody's Express. What I'm getting at is I liked Devil or Angel's effort that day. He made up a lot of ground from the 8th pole to the wire. He did a similar running style on the subsequent start on the 12th of September when he made up 3.5 lengths from the 8th pole to the wire. Uncle Vic was footloose and fancy free on the front end. Devil or Angel made his move for second. He put it all together, graduating over a sealed sloppy racetrack in late September. His initial test against winners was very good. Cape Cod Gem is a very fast horse for Beth Miller's Saul, and Devil or Angel really rolled through the lane. This horse packs a punch, and if he makes any type of forward move from his 3-year-old to his 4-year-old campaign, he is going to be very formidable in this spot. 5 runner-up efforts versus the 1 a lifetime victory, but he is a very, very talented racehorse. Talking about the 4, Devil or Angel. After that, a big shout out to Galliano Stables with their Vinny 2 cents. Forget about it. Vinny here, huh? Vinny's looking for 2 in a row. Lugu's looking for a double, as is Michael Davila Jr. Not sure who he beat on the 15th of May. I'm not going to hold it against Vinny. He's getting a lot of support on the board at 2-1. And then you get Cody's Express. Boy, if Cody's Express can ever find the form that when he ran that good second in the maiden special weight, he could come back to some good form. You never know. His 3 races after he got claimed, he somewhat regressed. Perhaps the winter off will do him very good. He's got a few nice works leading up to this one, and he is currently at a 5-1. I'll make Hangout my top pick. He should benefit the most with the Fighter Kite scratch. Hangout on the front end, but he's going to have to fend off that Devil or Angel. That horse is going to be really closing strongly in the lane. 2-4 for me to start our late pick 4. Next race, I like Golden Moonlight. If you're playing our late pick 4, I thought Golden Moonlight's biggest nemesis would be She's an Arctic Queen. I'll tell you what, the George Barker, in my opinion, is pretty wide open. Ladies Golden Guy figures to get a lot of love, as does Zenbei. Then you have Flying Emperor, the defending champ. Disco Dino's a nice horse. If you're looking for a long shot in the George Barker, take a look at the 5, Lobster. Lobster has a little bit of a look, in my opinion. I make him one of my long shot specials on the card. And then you get to the nightcap. It's kind of wide open. I think the 7 Tumbles deserves all of the attention from the outside. He's probably the horse to beat. But, you know, you have Wonderful Juanita, Happy Time. You know, never know what Jeffrey Englehart's going to unveil with the Honorable Eye. Maybe the nightcap's not quite as cut and dry with Tumbles, but Tumbles is my top pick. That's a little brief look at our late pick 4. Best of luck if you're playing the sequence. Get those wagers in, fans. We got a good crowd here on Memorial Day. The horses are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the 5th race, the first leg of our late pick 4. Number 4, Devil or Angel, the big favorite at 1-2. Vinny 2 cents for Galliano Stables and Lugu, the second choice at 2-1. Here's Hangout. Next will be the heavy favorite, Devil or Angel. His first start as a 4-year-old. Devil or Angel. And then Cody's Express. Isn't Torelli looking for doubles? Late pick 4 time. And there they go. Vinny 2 cents hopped at the start. Hangout is out for the lead. Vinny 2 cents quickly recovering from the rail. Cody's Express makes a move for third, covering Devil or Angel. So it is Hangout as expected to make the lead, and it's better than a length of Vinny 2 cents and Cody's Express. Devil or Angel, who likes to do his best running from the back marker there, he's about 4 lengths from the front. So Hangout has the lead, and he has Cody's Express to his outside and Vinny 2 cents from his inside, and Devil or Angel sits a nice trip with 3.5 to find at the 3/8. 23 1/5 for Hangout from between runners. Cody's Express all over him. 3 wide. Vinny 2 cents sticks to him from the rail. Devil or Angel yet to gear up at this point. 3.5 to find at the quarter pole. And Hangout still has the lead from Cody's Express and Vinny 2 cents. Devil or Angel still at the back. Hangout turns for home with the lead. Devil or Angel's trying to close from that back marker. On the front end, Hangout chasing him still. Devil or Angel in the 2-path in a tight spot. Vinny 2 cents from the rail far outside. Cody's Express. Here comes Devil or Angel up the inside, and Cody's Express. They gang up on Hangout. Devil or Angel trying to stretch his neck for the score. Devil or Angel. Devil or Angel from Cody's Express. Hangout and Vinny 2 cents. Not the easiest of scores. 3 to 5, Devil or Angel. Last throughout. Things got pretty interesting near the 8th pole. He goes for a tight spot there. Got pretty tight in between runners. I guess there's a little more room than it looked like initially from the pan. Devil or Angel up the inside. A big effort from Cody's Express. Likewise for Hangout. Photo signs up on the board. 1 minute 7 and 81 100ths the final time. Number 4, Devil or Angel first. Second place 5, Cody's Express. Third place 2, Hangout. Fourth place 1, Vinny 2 cents. Devil or Angel, he's an angel this afternoon. A 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Shackelford out of the dam. Mama, I'm home. Won by Thomas Priola. Winning trainer is Paul Barrow. Winning jockey, the Missile, Oscar Gomez. Winner was bred in New York by Blue Flight, LLC. And race 5 is in the books officially. 4-5-2-1. That double 4-4, $11.40. A 4-5 exact at $10.40. 6-4-4, pick 3, $14.50. Consolation version of that pick 3, 6-4-3, $7.45. That 3, Baron Marchis, was a late scratch, and 4, Devil or Angel, was sent off as the big post-time favorite. On to race 6. Race 6 is named in honor of Fred Haslip, Western New York legendary harness racing driver. Fred Haslip is in attendance. We will be honoring him after the 6th. It's named in his honor. It's a maiden special weight race, which will commence our late pick 3, and it's clear of change. No changes in race 6. About 20 minutes away at 3:43.
And 11 minutes to post for race number 6. No big surprise in the 5th. Devil or Angel, figure with 3 horses that wanted the lead. That one, who's better than those horses anyway, able to get the right kind of trip. Oscar Gomez doing a very good job saving ground and splitting horses to get the win for Barrow. That one starts the late pick 4. Again, there was a late scratch as well as the other scratches. So, Trifecta, Super, and Show were all refunded in race number 5. So if you bet any of those wagers, just know if you're new to the track that you will get a refund. Plus, if you had the pick 4, pick 5, pick 6, as far as the New York State rule, you would get the post time favorites. So even though if you had the 3 on your ticket, you would have gotten the winner, the 4, Devil or Angel, with the post time favorite rule. All right, 6th race goes the distance of 6 furlongs. It's a maiden race for fillies and mares. My top selection here was the 7, Golden Moonlight, not going out on a limb. This one ran a solid second behind a horse that got loose on the lead. Wartap actually went relatively slow fractions for the day and for the maiden special weight level. And this one was no catch of that one. Actually put in a good chase after Wartap. It was a good looking filly in that race. That was her first start off a layoff since July. She could move forward from that race. She's in a good spot being outside, and she's at odds of 3 to 5. The main contender, obviously, is the 2. She's an Arctic Queen. A little bit disappointing in her first Finger Lakes race back. She did make her debut here against Small Pebbles of Warsaichi. No shame in trying to chase after those horses, but her first start back here going 4.5, she got off slowly, and she did get unlucky at the start, and she never really got into the race. Last race, she just got outrun by Midnight Rosie, but she ran well. She did finish second in a race with tumbles. It was a decent field. So if the 7 doesn't have it outside, she seems to be the other rival in here, and she's right now not getting much for early play at 7-1, with most of the play on the 7, Golden Moonlight. The other one I used was the 4, Maze Loved Laffy. If you're looking for a horse to maybe sit back and make a run at this distance, it's Maze Loved Laffy. She really hasn't shown that she can pass horses. She's been up close, but this is probably one of the easier fields she's faced. She finished behind. She's an Arctic Queen last time, but that was her first race over the track. She goes a little further, 6 furlongs today, and maybe can get into the number. Right now at odds of 8 to 1 with all the early play on Golden Moonlight. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts with race number 6.
Coming onto the track for race 6. 7, 3, and 4-year-old fillies made in special weights, a 6-furlong affair, no changes. It starts the late pick 3. It's named in honor, race 6 is named in honor of Western New York legendary harness racing driver Fred Haslip. About 4 minutes until post time. Let's meet the field, beginning with the 2. She's an Arctic Queen and Luis Perez. Three, Floral Oats and Jackie Davis. 4 is Mays Loved Laffy and Rafael Rohina Jr. 5 is Polly's Angel, Heeman Harkey. 1 and 6 have Skipped the Parade. 7 is a Golden Moonlight. Christian Navarro is the jockey. Here's the 1 Scouting Party on television monitors. Oscar Gomez looking for a back-to-back victory. Scouting Party is the lone debutante in the field of 7. Past the 7/8 is the 6 Sunshine Girl, Kevin Navarro. And once again, 7 Golden Moonlight, Christian Navarro, the big favorite at 3 to 5. Post time in about 3 minutes. Big favorite to deal with. You are looking at her on television monitors. That's the 7 Golden Moonlight. She made a very favorable impression with her good runner-up effort on the 8th of May. That was her first start as a 3-year-old. That was her first start since her lone start as a 2-year-old on the 1st of July in 2022 at Gulfstream Park. One thing I liked about Golden Moonlight, I thought she showed some gameness. She was along the inside. She had war tapped all over her from the very beginning. Golden Moonlight was able to put in a nice stretch kick. She was apparently, looked like to me, she was going in the wrong direction momentarily, but she found something from within at the 8th pole when she was 3 lengths behind War Tapped, and she bridged the gap, only getting defeated by a length and a quarter. I thought she had good energy like the chart reads. I thought she had a good-looking stride. She draws a very convenient outside post this afternoon, and I think she's the one to beat. Unfortunately, her odds are very undesirable at 3 to 5. The 5 to 2 morning line was much more enticing than her current price, but if she repeats that effort, she's in with a big-time chance. If you were going to try to beat her, perhaps the 2, She's an Arctic Queen, is the one to go with. She is 9 to 2. She had all sorts of trouble on the 25th of April. That was her first start here at Finger Lakes. She set the pace at Tampa in her 3-year-old debut in a 7-furlong race, so she got a lot of stamina out of that one. Unfortunately, had a horrendous start on the 25th of April, her first start here at Finger Lakes. She couldn't overcome the beginning as a beaten even money favorite. I thought she had a big look on the 16th of May, and boy, she ran big to the quarter pole. She gave Midnight Rosie all she could handle to that part of the race. Unfortunately for She's an Arctic Queen, she couldn't manage to stay with Midnight Rosie in the final quarter of a mile. Her price is pretty nice on the board at 9 to 2. I think she has the best chance to try to upset the big favorite. I looked at the 4, Mays Loved Laffy as a little bit of a long shot. She comes out of the same race as She's an Arctic Queen. She was up close to the pace and gave way. That was her first start here at Finger Lakes. She has plenty of races this winter. She was racing at Mountaineer and Mahoning in November and October, and then she ventured to the Naira circuit where she ran a couple of decent races against state-bred 25s, one on the 6th of January and then her subsequent start on the 27th of January. She's a little intriguing at a price out of 11 to 1. That's Mays Loved Laffy. You have to beat Golden Moonlight, the big favorite. I gave you a couple horses to think about if you're totally against the chalk. Race 6 starting our late pick 3 in a couple of minutes. 1 minute, the fillies are approaching the starting gate. Big Finger Lakes shout out to Courtney and Easy Bates. It's post time for race 6. 7, 3, and 4-year-old fillies made in special weights. Race 6 named in honor of Western New York legendary harness racing driver Fred Haslip. Big favorite to the outside, the 7, Golden Moonlight at 1-2. 2, She's an Arctic Queen, solid second choice at 9-2. Scouting Party, the lone debutante, the first of 7 fillies into the gate. There's She's an Arctic Queen. Next will be Floral Oats. She will be followed by Maze Loved Laffy. There's Polly's Angel, Sunshine Girl, and the big favorite Golden Moonlight. 2-5 on the board. There's Golden Moonlight to the outside. Ready for the fillies, ready for the late pick 3. And there they go. Slow start for Scouting Party, the lone debutante. It's a brisk beginning for Golden Moonlight. She makes the pace pretty comfortably. Here She's an Arctic Queen striding into the second spot. Maze Loved Laffy comes away running in third outside of Floral Oats. Following them, Polly's Angel. Sunshine Girl is second last. Scouting Party is the last of all. She's an Arctic Queen engages Golden Moonlight for the top spot. They speed clear. They build up nearly 6 lengths to Floral Oats and Maze Loved Laffy. Almost 3 to Polly's Angel. 2.5 for 3 back to Sunshine Girl and Scouting Party. 22 4/5. And there goes Golden Moonlight. Golden Moonlight's in hand, confidently handled, getting away from She's an Arctic Queen. Break of nearly 9 lengths to Maze Loved Laffy trying to close in from third, then Floral Oats, Sunshine Girl, Scouting Party, and Polly's Angel. So it's all Golden Moonlight. It's her race to win at the top of the lane. She kicks well clear from She's an Arctic Queen. Maze Loved Laffy is currently in third, and following after her along the inside is Floral Oats, and to the far outside is Sunshine Girl. But here is Golden Moonlight, just a stroll in the park on this beautiful holiday program. Golden Moonlight cruising at 1-9. Good race for second. Here's Floral Oats, Maze Loved Laffy, and Sunshine Girl. They are all involved in that photo for second, third, and fourth. Fifth place to She's an Arctic Queen. Pretty chalky there, but she looked much the best on paper, and she was much the best in the race. Number 7, Golden Moonlight at 1-9, all aboard the big favorite. 113 52 100ths. Got pretty interesting for second. Looking at this slow-mo, She's an Arctic Queen currently in second, but here come the closers. Floral Oats up the inside, Sunshine Girl to the far outside, and Maze Loved Laffy very tight for second. Make sure to hold all tickets. 3, Floral Oats second. Third place 6, Sunshine Girl. Fourth place to the 4, Maze Loved Laffy. Race 6 is official. Still waiting for Golden Moonlight to return. She's just about here at the winner's circle. We got a big ownership group, so they have to take the photo out on the racetrack. And here is Golden Moonlight. A good-looking victory this afternoon. A 3-year-old bay filly by Gold Digger's Boy out of the dam Working at Night. She is owned by Happy Day Stable along with River Card Stable. Winning trainer Jim Aquilano, winning jockey Christian Navarro. The winner was bred in Pennsylvania by Mary Catherine Hare. And race 6 is in the books. That's 7-3 exacta, $18. 7-3 6 trifecta, $54.62. The 10-cent super, 7-3 6 4, $25.15. That's that 10-cent super, and that daily double 4-7 pretty chalky, $4.50. Race 6 was named in honor of Western New York legendary harness racing driver Fred Haslip. Directing your attention to near the winner's circle, Fred Haslip was one of the most sought-after catch drivers in Western New York during the 70s and 80s. He was responsible for teaming some of the best horses to race on that circuit. A lifelong resident of Baysham, New York, Fred started driving at the fairs in 1959 and scored his first pari-mutuel victory in 1960. During his 51-year career, he posted 2,585 lifetime driving victories and banked $6 million in purse money. He did it the hard way, mostly in overnight events in an era where purses were not what they are today. We welcome Steady Freddy to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Fred Haslip. Race 6 named in his honor. 7th race is our first stakes race of the season, the $50,000 guaranteed George Barker Stakes. Non-Lasix event, New York breds, 3-year-olds and up, a 6-furlong affair. Scratch number 2, Tommy the Torch. Defending champion 9, Flying Emperor, 1 pound over the weight. A couple of additional workouts, 5, Lobster, 26th of May, Belmont Fast Track, half mile, 52 seconds breezing. And 9, Flying Emperor on the 24th of May right here at Finger Lakes, a fast track. A swift half-mile move in 47.10 seconds breezing. Solid field of 9 in the George Barker, our first stakes race of the season. It begins our late daily double, our Memorial Day featured event in about 20 minutes at 4:14. Still time to get that chicken barbecue. Winner chicken dinner, Finger Lakes Barbecue. Outside lower club near the pavilion, $15 for the chicken dinner. You have till about 5 o'clock to get that chicken barbecue from Finger Lakes Barbecue. Also still here on the apron, Fairport's Hot Food Truck. Fairport Hot's Food Truck on the apron. Some good food at the food truck. Check it out. The Finger Lakes Barbecue and Fairport Hots Food Truck. Couple of nice choices for some food this afternoon here at Finger Lakes. And the Finger Lakes shout-outs continue. A big Finger Lakes shout-out to both Jamie Ray and harness driver Drew Monty. Thanks for spending your holiday right here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Jamie Ray and Drew Monty. Don't forget, fans, racing tomorrow and Wednesday. 1:15 first post. Monday, Tuesdays, and Wednesday. Starting in June, our Wednesday post time will be 1:20 for just the month of June. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday right here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Don't forget about those free digital programs, fingerlakesgaming.com. Click on Racing. Scroll on down to free digital programs. They're usually out about 5:30 before the next day's race card. So tonight around 5:30, 6 o'clock, get on home, enjoying your barbecue. Check out tomorrow's action. Free Finger Lakes programs all season long. FingerLakesGaming.com. Click on Racing. Scroll on down to free digital programs.
We're getting ready for our feature race of the day, the George Barker Stakes. We run this annually as our Memorial Day feature. It is a 6 furlong race for New York bred 3 and ups. $50,000 is the purse. We scratched the 2, Tommy the Torch. And not much to talk about with the previous race, Golden Moonlight, making it look easy under Christian Navarro for Jim Aquilano. But looking at our feature race today, it's a classy field, kind of held together. We only got one scratch in here. The 2, Tommy the Torch, quality fields. And you look at the horses that are getting played. I like the 3, Ladies Golden Guy, as the home court advantage. He is looking for 5 in a row. I mean, figure Senbai is going to be the horse to beat on class. He won the Futurity here last year. Of course, facing older horses now. Well, now at 4, he won that Futurity 2 years ago, I should say. And as a 3-year-old, he ran very well against tougher competition last year. Those are non-New York breds he ran well against. And now he's off a layoff since November. I guess that's a vulnerability. Ladies Golden Guy won the Leon Reed, so he proved he can win without Lasix, as horses have to come off Lasix for these particular New York bred stakes here at Finger Lakes. He's proven he could do that. He looked sharp in victory off the layoff last time. Looks like a horse that has a good chance to win the Barker. Mention Senbai. Senbai looked good, won the Futurity very easily against fellow 2-year-olds. Came back as a 3-year-old against tough horses at Belmont and Monmouth. Won 2 in a row after winning the Futurity, and then wasn't that badly beaten against open claiming allowance horse against older horses when he was at age 3. So he figures to be one of the top horses in this stakes race, but he is off a layoff since November, and that could prove to have some vulnerability. But 3 of his 5 wins were at today's 6 furlong distance. The 4 horse is Winston's Chance. Always has to be respected. There's another Deborah Bree trainee that won the Leon Reed Stakes in the past, but he might be a little bit more at the mercy of the pace as the deeper closer. Last year, Flying Emperor got the jump on him. The speed didn't back up to him. He did have a race under his belt last year in that 5 furlong race, so he doesn't have that luxury this year. He's coming off the layoff, but always dangerous with his late rally. So the George Barker Stakes, you got about 10 minutes to post. It is the Memorial Day feature. We scratched the 2, Tommy the Torch.
Race 7 is our Memorial Day featured event, the $50,000 guaranteed George Barker Stakes, our first stakes race of the 2023 season, a non-Lasix event, a 6-furlong sprint for 3-year-olds and up, are bred in New York. Scratch 2, Tommy the Torch, 2 Tommy the Torch out of the Barker. 5 Lobster, additional workout, 26th of May, Belmont Fast Track, half mile, 52 seconds, breezing. The 9 Flying Emperors, 1 pound over the weight. He also has an additional workout, 24th of May, right here at Finger Lakes Fast Track, half mile, 47.10 seconds, breezing. Field of 9 in the Barker, beginning the late double, 5 minutes away. Here's the field. Number 1 is Rider's Regret. He is owned by Seacoast Thoroughbreds of New England. Ralph D'Alessandro's looking for a training double. The Pilot is Heeman Harkey. Scratch 2, Tommy the Torch. 3 is Ladies Golden Guy, the current favorite at 6-5, owned and trained by Deborah Breed. Nazario Alvarado is in the irons. Naz looking for another winner. Stablemate 4, Winston's Chance, owned by Char Alley Stable and Kathy Hares. Deborah Breed conditions. The jockey is Jackie Davis. 5 is Lobster, owned by Eddie F's Racing, conditioned by Gary Isiaka. The Pilot, Andre Worry. 7 is Nueva York, owned by Ivory Sisters Racing. Stacy Torelli in the Niz looking for training doubles. The jockey is Jose Baez. 7 is Senbei. He is the 2021 New York Breeders' Futurity Champion. He is owned by Reeves Thoroughbred Racing and Darlene Belinsky, conditioned by Christophe Clement. In the irons, Luis Perez. M. Anthony Ferraro owns and trains the 8 Disco Dino, his jockey K. Burkoa. 9 Flying Emperor, he is the defending champion, owned by John Hyatt, conditioned by Jimmy Wright. Emmanuel Di Diego is aboard. And the 10 is Victor and Nancy Salvato's Zeme, conditioned by Elmar Loaiza. Oscar Gomez looking for another victory. Emmanuel Di Diego, jockey aboard 9 Flying Emperor, also in search of a riding double. That's the field of 9 in our George Barker Stakes. Very competitive affair, a great wagering event. It starts the late double, and post time is in 4 minutes. Feature race time on the Memorial Day program. The George Barker Stakes, $50,000 guaranteed. The 38th running, a 6-furlong sprint, our first stakes race of the 2023 season. What a race. Ladies Golden Guy, Senbei, Flying Emperor, the defending champion. They all have big-time looks. Disco Dino has a mention. I'm going to try to go with an upset, and that's with number 5, Lobster. Lobster's a little bit out of form, but I'm willing to forgive his 2 races. He's had some races this winter, a couple of races in January and February, then a 2-month break. He returned in late April at Aqueduct and recently raced just 9 days ago. Both of his recent races were over sealed-to-sloppy racetracks. I think he's a much better horse on a fast racetrack. I know he has 2 victories on wet tracks, but his career best Beyer is nothing in comparison to his career best Beyer when on a dirt fast racetrack. I like the fact that he has a lot of races already in 2023. 4, 6 furlongs, a mile, 6 furlongs, and 7. Recently, they were going quick early, 22-3 and 22-1 and 45-3 in a 7-furlong affair. It could shape him up beautifully for this one. With the exception of Rider's Regret, everybody is either on the comeback bid or only has 1 race under their belt. Ladies Golden Guy with a 4.5 furlong comeback race. Flying Emperor, a 5-furlong race. Sam A coming out of the similar spot. The others are all on the comeback bid. So with the exception of the 1, Rider's Regret, who is not in the best of form of late, Lobster has foundation. I'm willing to give him a look. He's also a horse in amongst geldings. I got a good buddy of mine in California who loves that angle, getting a lone horse against geldings. Why not Lobster at 10-1 to try to spring an upset? I can't fault anybody who likes the 3, 7, 9. They are logical contenders. Ladies Golden Guy, in my opinion, could be the best sprinter here in Finger Lakes. He was the beaten favorite in this race last year. He lost some training between the 2nd of May and the 30th of May in 2022, and I really think it cost him the Barker. He came back after that and ran a bang-up 3rd against Dr. Blarney. Forgive the effort at Saratoga on the turf course. Ever since then, he's rattled off 4 in a row. He's very versatile, he's very tactical, and he deserves the top billing at 4-5. The question is, with only 1 4.5 furlong race under his conditioning so far for 2023. Is he ready to go 6 furlongs? He has a nice workout, 15 and change. Time doesn't mean anything when working out 6 furlongs in the morning. He deserves to be the favorite, looking for his 13th career score. Senbei has one heck of a work tab for this comeback bid. I looked it up on Equibase. He has 11 recorded workouts. 11 recorded workouts for Senbei. He did miss a work from the 6th of April till the 22nd, but other than that, he's been pretty good to go. 6 5-furlong workouts. Winning against New York breds, he's a monster. Look at the way he started his career. 3 of his first 4 races against New York breds resulted in a trip to the winner's circle. The lone defeat was in his second career race, going 7 furlongs. He really dazzled us when he won the New York Breeders' Futurity in 21. And if he runs anything like he did as a 2-year-old, Senbei will be very, very tough to handle. He is a 5-2. Flying Emperor is the defending champion. I mentioned how Ladies Golden Guy lost some training leading up to the Barker last year. I think Flying Emperor benefited from that. He had a horrendous start as a 6-year-old for his 2023 season. Boy, he stumbled and the jock lost the iron. Then he rushed up, could not sustain the bid. Flying Emperor, his best race makes him competitive. 19 starts, 18 here at Finger Lakes with 6 wins and 11 seconds. He usually gives a pretty good account of himself. A long shot to think about could be the 8 Disco Dino. On his best day, he is competitive with both Ladies Golden Guy and Flying Emperor. And Anthony Ferraro has some nice works in him, including some at Tampa. Disco Dino offering a big number on the board at 23-1. They're getting close to the starting gate for the George Barker, our Memorial Day featured event. It's post time for the 38th running of the George Barker Stakes. Number 3, Ladies Golden Guy is the favorite at 4-5. Number 7, Senbei is the solid second choice at 2-1. A field of 9 facing up to the gate. And here is Riders Regret, a runner-up in this race a year ago. There's Ladies Golden Guy, the beaten favorite in the 2022 George Barker. His stablemate Winston's Chance looking for his 15th career victory. What a career for Winston's Chance. Very close to $500,000 in earnings. Here's Lobster. Next will be Nueva York for Ivory Sisters Racing. Senbei, the 2021 New York Breeders' Futurity champion. Quite a discrepancy in size between Senbei and the big boy Disco Dino. There's the 6-year-old by Verrazano. Flying Emperor, the defending champion. And Sam May, one of the long shots for Victor and Nancy Salvato. Ready for the Barker. And there they go in the 38th running of the George Barker Stakes. Disco Dino and Flying Emperor showing pace. Lobster wants to mix it up. Ladies Golden Guys forwardly positioned from the inside. Senbei comes away in good order. He's 5th. Then Winston's Chance, Riders Regret. Nueva York and Samé is at the back. So it's Lobster up to the front along the inside. Disco Dino is 2nd. And Flying Emperor's 3rd. Ladies Golden Guy is 2.5 from the pace. Senbei's to the far outside. Riders Regret to his inside. 3 lengths from the front near the 3/8. Break of 5 to Samé. Winston's Chance. Nueva York's at the back. And now getting the lead is Disco Dino. Disco Dino has the lead. Flying Emperor gets a little closer. Ladies Golden Guy is trying to launch his charge. Lobster's retreating. Senbei with a wide run. And Senbei's trying to move into contention, but it's Disco Dino with the lead. There's Ladies Golden Guy, a tight spot from the rail. Then Flying Emperor. Senbei is flattened out a bit. Disco Dino's the leader at the 8th pole. Ladies Golden Guys fighting. Flying Emperor's there. Disco Dino 37-1. Flying Emperor, the defending champion. Here comes Flying Emperor. Disco Dino and Flying Emperor. Who's it gonna be? Disco Dino! Dino has sprung the big upset. Flying Emperor right there. Farther back riders regret and Ladies Golden Guy. What a horse race in the Barker. Disco Dino. Disco Dino, an incredible 37-1 on the board. Defending champion Flying Emperor took a run at him. Ladies Golden Guy was in a tight spot throughout. Stewards are going to post the inquiry sign. They want to look at this stretch run. 112 and 39 100ths. We need a photo for the victory, and I've been told the inquiry sign's coming up on the board. All right, fans, so we have a steward's inquiry in the stretch run. We also have a jockey's objection, 3 against 8. Nazario Alvarado lodging an objection against Cabercoa, 3 against 8. We're going to need to hold all tickets, fans. All sorts of stuff happening in the George Barker 8. Disco Dino has been posted first at 37-1. 9 Flying Emperor second. The 1 riders regretted, a huge number for third, and 4th place to the 3. Ladies Golden Guy. Steward's inquiry. Jockey's objection. 3 against 8. Hold all tickets. Entering the winner's circle is the unofficial winner, number 8, Disco Dino. His 9th career victory, a 6-year-old bay gelding by Verrazano out of the dam Nurse Disco, owned and trained by M. Anthony Ferraro, winning jockey Cabercoa. Unofficially Disco Dino, he was bred in New York by Joe Del Rico. Make sure to hold all tickets. Steward's inquiry, jockey's objection. Hold all tickets here in the Barker. Ladies and gentlemen, after reviewing the stretch run, the stewards have ruled there will be no change to the order of finish. Order of finish will stand as is. Number 8, Disco Dino in the big upset at 37-1. Second place, 9, Flying Emperor. Third place, 1, Riders Regret. Fourth place, number 3, Ladies Golden Guy. Ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to the winner's circle with the feature race trophy presentation of the George Barker Stakes is Mr. Jack Keller, our clerk of scales here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Congratulations to Anthony Ferraro and Kay Burkoa. They post the big upset with Disco Dino. And the George Barker is official, a $77 winner, Disco Dino. 8913, that exacta, $677. The trifecta, $7,467. The 10-cent super, $4,653.20. And the 7-8 double gets you $180.50. Who says it's all chalk here at Finger Lakes? Disco Dino, $77 winner in the George Barker. All right, one more race to go on this beautiful Memorial Day program. In the nightcap, number 3 with Lasting Speed as an additional workout, 24th of May, Finger Lakes Fast Track, half mile, 48.40 seconds, brazing. The nightcap in about 23 minutes at 4:48.
getting ready to conclude this Memorial Day card, and what a way to have a Memorial Day feature in the George Barker. Big long shot. Disco Dino with Keeber Koa gets the victory for M. Anthony Ferraro, owner-trainer. Over 30-1 winner in the George Barker. What an upset with Disco Dino. That'll help inflate the pick fives and the pick six. Hope you're alive going into the last race, which is a maiden event for fillies and mares, going a distance of 6 furlongs. And yeah, it's a competitive maiden race. There's a few of them you can make a case for. My top choice was on the outside, the 7 Tumbles. A couple top 3 finishes. Actually has hit the board in every race going back to her debut at Aqueduct. Just a matter of willingness to want to win, or is it the right kind of trip that she needs, as she's been finding herself with too much to do in some of these sprint races. Well, she goes back to 6 furlongs, which is the distance that she ran her debut, where she didn't have the greatest of trips and made up a lot of ground. Maybe this is a field that she can beat, and maybe at this distance, it does seem like the outside part of the track has produced the most winners on this Memorial Day card, and that might help her chances here. The 5 is Grandma T. That one getting some play for Lugu. That one's stepping up, though. I went with the 4 Happy Time as my second choice. This one overcame a poor start at Laurel to be second in her most recent start. That was for 12-5. She was claimed out of that race and now finds herself here making her 2023 debut against mostly New York breds. And this Kentucky bred very well bred by Run Happy. This is the first foal out of that dam that was stakes place. Of course, more of a turf horse. And there was another half to that dam that did well too, but it's also turf. So there is some turf breeding in Happy Time. But her first 2 starts were on the dirt, and her last race, despite this slow break, was still good, and the number good enough to be competitive here. But of course, she is off the lap since December. But you do have a very capable trainer in Aquilano. Right now at odds of 7-1 is Happy Time, was my second choice. I did use the first-time starter for third, the Honorable Eye. This one mostly route breeding. The dam was mostly route that was stakes place, but was a half to another good one. Was also Never Said I Was Sweet, was also very good. And this one, yeah, the Honorable Eye, not the fastest of works, as she does want to go further. But against this field where there's no world beaters, Jeff Engelhardt just won a $5,000 maiden first time out of the box a week ago. So this one, without any real strong horses that look like they're overwhelmed the field, maybe a first-time starter could be the one. Now, it's a race that doesn't have a lot of early speed in it. You would think some of the tactical speed horses like the 1 Sassy Tallahassee or the 3 Wit Lasting Speed could be ones that could provide a little bit of pace, but it doesn't seem to be a ton of early speed in this maiden race, which will conclude the day. Exacta Tri Super offered in the last race of Memorial Day card. Just a reminder, we do continue live racing this week, Monday through Wednesday, so our next live card will be tomorrow with the 1:15 first post.
6 filly Wonderful Juanita is having her tack adjusted in the paddock. A little bit of a delay here with the 6 Wonderful Juanita getting her tack adjusted in the paddock. Still time to get that chicken barbecue unless they have sold out. I'm unaware of if they have or not, but if they still have some chicken dinners, $15 outside a lower club near the pavilion from Finger Lakes Barbecue. Still some time to get that chicken dinner for Memorial Day. $15 for the chicken dinner. One more race to go on the Memorial Day program. The nightcap is a 6 furlong sprint. Fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, made in special weights. First leg of our late double of 3 with lasting speed. 24th of May here at Finger Lakes Fast Track. An additional workout half mile, 48.40 seconds breezing. The nightcap in about 5 minutes. Talked about the chicken barbecue. Fairport Hots is still open, fans. Still time to get a hot dog down on the apron. Big shout out to both a Fairport Hots food truck and the Finger Lakes Barbecue for showing up on our Memorial Day card. Let's meet this group for the nightcap. The 1 is Sassy Tallahassee and Heeman Harkey. 2 is Skip the Parade. Number 3 is With Lasting Speed. The Lone Mare has the services of the Bug Boy Juan Diaz. Number 4 is Happy Time, Luis Perez. Jim Aquilano looking for a training double. As is Louis Gutierrez, the conditioner of number 5, Grandma T. Michael Davila Jr. looking for another victory. 6 is Wonderful Juanita and Jackie Davis. 5 and 6 are both 5-2. Here's the current favorite, the 7 Tumbles, Cabercoa. He just won the George Barker with Disco Dino, looking to sweep the late double. Tumbles currently at 2-1, and Skipping the Parade was number 2, the Honorable Eye. She's the lone debutante, and her jockey is Andre Worry. 7 fillies and mares in our nightcap, about 3 minutes away. One more race to go on the Memorial Day card, and unbelievably, I guess thanks to Disco Dino, nobody is alive for the Pick 6. So guess what, fans? We have a good-looking 3-day carryover into the Tuesday card, $8,848.13. So lots of incentive to go to fingerlakesgaming.com at about 5:30 or 6 o'clock when you're chilling with a couple of brewskis and the barbecue. You can download tomorrow's program. Pick 6 carryover, $8,848.13. Let's talk about the nightcap. 7 Tumbles will be my top pick. I've been supporting Tumbles a little bit. I liked her on the 2nd of May. I made her my top pick. She didn't come through. She ran second, but it wasn't a bad race. You know, she's run some pretty decent races. She will be trying to do her best running through the lane. I think the extra half a furlong will help her, and she ran the same day as Wonderful Juanita. Wonderful Juanita ran in race 8, and Tumbles ran in race 6, and Tumbles was a lot quicker. Tumbles came out of a race which was faster, and she was only beat in 5 1/4, so you basically put her down for 108 and 2 fifths. Wonderful Juanita was beat in 4 1/4 and a 108 and 3, so you mark her down for about 109 and 2. Tumbles appears to be a little bit quicker, not a little bit, significantly quicker, at least if you are going to go by the 16th of May performance. That's why I've landed on Tumbles as my top pick. Cabercoa with the big victory in the Barker aboard Disco Dino, looking to sweep our late daily double. You know, time, I guess, is only relevant when you're behind bars, but still, it does mean a little something, especially when horses run on the same day in similar distance, and one of the horses finishes about 5 lengths faster than the other. But Wonderful Juanita has a right to improve. She's made 2 starts as a 4-year-old. You know, Tumbles is still a 3-year-old, so Wonderful Juanita has that in her advantage. She might be a little bigger, and she might be a little bit more mature at this point in her career. She lugged in a little bit on the 2nd of May. She obviously needed that race. I thought she was a lot more professional in her subsequent start thereafter on the 16th of May. And you know what? I can't fault those that are going to go with her. She's a good-looking 3-1 on the board. After that, I looked at the 2, the Honorable Eye. She's a Kentucky bred. Her dam was pretty good. Her dam went to the post on 27 occasions and won 7 races. Looked like most of her victories, though, were at a mile, but still with that officer blood underneath and honor code up top, maybe the Honorable Eye comes a running. Jeffrey Engelhardt has a way of getting some of these horses to fire some pretty good races at first asking. It's a pretty nice price of 7-1. The 4, Happy Time, I really don't know what to make of Happy Time. She only has 1 recorded workout for this comeback bid. She has not raced since late December when she competed at Laurel. It was a pretty good race. She was claimed out of that affair by her current connections. I just, you know, growing up in California and watching horses with steady Eddie long work patterns leading up to comeback races, it's hard for me to endorse a filly with only 1 recorded workout. But hey, Jim Aquilano wins a lot more races than I've ever won as a trainer. Not that I've ever been a trainer. That's what I'm getting at. If Jim says she's good to go off 1, that should be good enough for us, and the fans like her at 3-1. Actually, she's at 6-1. The 3-1 is Grandma T. Let's talk about Grandma T. She comes out of a race in which she was a distant 3rd. She obviously needed that race. That was her first start as a 4-year-old. I'm surprised she's getting this much action. Her race wasn't that bad. It wasn't that great on the 16th of May. 3-1 is very surprising on Grandma T. Maybe the boys in Brooklyn, Galliano Stables, and Lugu's connections are all firing on Grandma T. Lugu's off to a good start as always early in the season. Then you get the Brooklyn boys, the Galliano stable. Maybe they're just getting their money in for Memorial Day aboard Grandma T. I'm willing to give Tumbles another look. I know she's a 3-year-old, but I think she could come running through the lane. Let's make her my top pick. All right, fans, we will do it all over again tomorrow, 1:15 first post. Been talking about it all day with the free Finger Lakes programs, fingerlakesgaming.com. Click on the racing tab. Scroll on down to free digital programs. They should be out about 5:30. We got a good-looking 3-day carryover into the Tuesday card, a little shy of $9,000. Happy Memorial Day to everybody. Thanks for coming on out. One more race to go here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. The fillies and mares are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the nightcap. One more race to go on the holiday card. Tumbles is the favorite at 8-5. Wonderful Juanita's the second choice at 5-2. Thanks to Disco Dino, nobody is alive in our pick six. A nice pick six carryover into Tuesday's action. We start tomorrow at 1:15. Sassy Tallahassee, the first of 7 gals into the gate. Here's the lone debutante, the Honorable Eye. With lasting speed for Michael Progno and Tracy Page. Happy time. Grandma T. Wonderful Juanita. And Tumbles. Ready for the nightcap. And there they go. And Tumbles broke very alertly from the far outside. Also there is with lasting speed. Sassy Tallahassee wants to go. And Wonderful Juanita's right there in the mix. One from the outside. The Honorable Eye comes away running in fifth. Then Grandma T. And Happy Time's the last of all. With lasting speed, the longest shot on the board has the lead from Sassy Tallahassee, the second biggest prize. Here's Tumbles, the even money favorite in the clear, and she's 2.5 behind with lasting speed. Wonderful Juanita, a little less than 3 to find. She's in the 2 path. It's about 4 lengths to Grandma T. Happy Time's beginning a move from the back marker. Now at the back is the Honorable Eye. On the front end with lasting speed. Tumbles gets a little closer with Wonderful Juanita and Sassy Tallahassee. And here comes Tumbles to the outside. And Happy Time continues to progress nicely. Then Grandma T. So Tumbles has come away with the lead. And Wonderful Juanita fires into the fray in the 2 path. But it's Tumbles the leader at the 8th pole. Tumbles has the lead and she kicks clear. With lasting speed is second. And Grandma T. And to the far outside is Happy Time with the Honorable Eye. But it's all about Tumbles and the nightcap. And Cabercoa sweeps the late double. The Honorable Eye, I believe, is up for second from Grandma T. With lasting speed, the longest shot on the board to complete the superfecta. Tumbles wins the nightcap at even money. She looked faster on paper, everybody, and she won the race pretty easily. Good race for the balance. 1:15 and 3/100ths. The final running time from the nightcap. Tumbles is in the winner's circle. She is a 3-year-old dark bay or brown filly by Boys at Toscanova out of the dam Eponymous. Owned by Matisse Racing LLC. Bred in New York by Paul Matisse Jr. Winning trainer is Sal Iorio. The late double to Cabercoa. And the nightcap is official. That late double, $167. The exact at $29.80. 7-2, a 5-3. The top four finishers, 2. The Honorable I second. Third place, 5. Grand Monty. Fourth place, 3. With lasting speed, officially 7-2, 5-3. Trifecta, $103.62. 10-cent super, $149.05. Late pick 3, 787, $69.25. Late pick 4, 3 with 3, 4, 6, 7. Let's do it all over. 3, 4, 6, 7 with 7 with 8 with 7, $130.50. The pick 5, a 4 with 3, 4, 6, 7 with 7 with 8 with 7, $505. And nobody had the pick 6, $8,848.13. A nice 3-day carryover into Tuesday. 5 out of 6 gets you $12.80. So nearly $9,000 for the pick 6 carryover tomorrow, commencing at 1:15. FingerLakesGaming.com. Click on the racing tab. Scroll on down for free digital programs. They should be up at about 5:30. That's it for our Memorial Day program. Thank you very much for coming on out. Great to see a big crowd live in attendance. We really do appreciate it. Thank you very much to all the local fans who showed up to support the holiday card. Sure hope you enjoyed it. When leaving the track, please drive very carefully. We'll see you tomorrow at 1:15. This has been Racing from Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Good night, everyone.